player who extended his best season on tour with a wonderful first win on the Crucible stage on Monday. A 10-8 Shredsville against Neil. Here he is. Brilliant to have made it into the second round for the first time. International Championship finalist in October. Masters debutant in January. What a year for the wonderful Chris Wakelin. And his opponent, making his 14th appearance in the second round after superb snooker from 3-0 down against Fan Zhengyi, one of the most prolific winners of the last 3 seasons, a UK champion, a Masters champion, the pride of Northern Ireland. Here comes Mark the Pistol Allen.
The first frame, Chris Wakelin to break.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, frame 10. Look at the serve. So it's Chris Wakelin gets this second round match underway. Probably feeling good about himself after his terrific victory over Australian Neil Robertson. But the draw doesn't get any easier. Playing another great left-hander, Mark Allen from Northern Ireland. And, Stephen, a lot of people, it's fancy for the title. I think they're using the Rory McIlroy thing, aren't they?
Yeah, it's definitely one of the names you'd have to put in there as a potential winner. He wouldn't be in my sort of top 3, I think, contenders for it, but he's certainly capable. He's won 2 out of the 3 Triple Crown events. This is the one that's missing. Yeah, Chris Wakelin. Never played a best of 25 frame match before. And it's strange that the longer the match, it seems... I used to feel like the more desperate you are to get a first frame on the board.
Yeah, I mean, really, you sort of think I'll divide them into 3 sessions, which obviously they are, and if you can win each session, with it being 8 frames, if you win the session, then you've won it 5-3, so you've got a 2-frame advantage. Not the best safety shot there from Mark Allen. But yeah, the end is a long way away. You've got to concentrate 1 frame at a time.
Yeah, you can look at it that way as 3 separate matches almost, but I've seen on many occasions, and I think more in recent times, that matches can be won in 2 sessions. So this first session, I think, is just so important to get a good start. You don't want to be chasing.
No, and like we always say, you can't win it the first session, but you can go a long way to losing it. And that would be a bit concerning for Chris there. He was a long way out with that pot and left Mark. A nice, easy starter.
One.
I thought it was quite impressive in his first round, Mark Allen. He was 3-0 behind and ended up quite a comfortable winner at 10-6, which basically means from 3-0 he won 10-3. Thought he showed certainly good form.
A little bit surprised he played for this red. I thought he'd have played for the one immediately
7.
above the black. That would give him an opportunity to pot that red and bring the black into play. Maybe it's because it's the first frame. Wants to get his hand on the table,
8.
get the cue arm going. Everyone's different.
He had a little smile at the table there. I don't know if he felt it got a little bit of a big bounce. Table has been recovered, so they will take a couple of shots to get used to the pace, and it is only a couple of shots. These players are so good, it won't take them long really. Shots like that where you've got to get the cue ball travelling quite a distance will tell you what sort of pace the table is at.
Eleven.
Could have done without the kiss on the yellow. Although if
17.
the pink goes to the right corner, it's okay.
$18. 24. 25.
He's misjudged that somewhat. A lot thinner potting angle on the pink than he wanted.
Yeah, it's a sort of shot that Mark Allen is, well, it's his strength really, judging little cannons around the pink and black. You were really disappointed with that.
Well, he got the pot, as you could see. The only way he could get back to the next red was to go in and out of
13.
balk, and that kiss on the blue has made whichever red he decides to play, one in the right corner, one in the left corner, missable.
He's not out the woods yet after that. It was a pretty good pot actually, but being left-handed, the pink looks the most appetizing of the colours available. Yellow would get the rest. Green, I don't think he can reach because there's reds in the way. And the pink would be a lot easier. There's a red 2 to the left of the black. This would be a lot easier shot if that red wasn't there. You should be able to stun to the left of it. But it's just a little bit of an annoyance. In the end, he's probably
32.
concentrating so much on the cue ball. Now, does Chris have an angle to pot the red to right corner, the one that John mentioned earlier, and knock that red away from the black? He does. You would think maybe if he doesn't get position on the black, he may have position on the pink. And this one shot could change the whole face of this first frame.
1.
It's not bad. And with a brand new cloth, they will go in a lot easier down the cushions, especially if you play them at quite a slow pace. So yeah, Mark Allen missed the pink and leaving Chris the angle
8.
to open the black up was immediately made Chris favourite for the first frame.
Nine.
Yeah, as Stephen said earlier, he's never played it in one of these 3-session matches, i.e. he's never got past the first round before. But he's been having a terrific season. Carried that on with that victory over Neil Robertson.
16.
Got a bit twitchy at the end of it, but can he carry the confidence of that success into this match? So I would suggest
17.
This is a big visit, and if you could win it here, it'd certainly settle him for the rest of the match. Just, well, a bit straighter on that black than he would have liked. And he had to force an angle now.
24.
It's okay if he's on a red where he can run through and play for the black, but don't think he can. Well, he could, but there's risk involved.
$25.
Well, he used all the pocket, but in it went, and a nice cannon to leave him nicely on the black.
$32.
Points all square. He's going to need these remaining reds, though, to clinch the frame at this visit.
33. $40.
Yeah, he was left in a sort of catch-22 situation there. He'd like to be on one of those two reds that's together into the right middle, but being on that isn't much good, really, because you can't get on the black. Just looking at the line there, I'm surprised he didn't try and play a little cannon or something, but anyway, he's taking this one.
$41.
Problem with that one, he wasn't able to get the cue ball away from the cushion.
That's a very good shot on the
48.
black. Now the angle now has to be perfect to be able to drop one of those
49.
two reds. Well, Chris seemed to stop in his tracks there. Cue ball did seem to come off the side cushion quicker than it went on. The fact he's not downplaying this already tells me that he maybe can't drop behind these two reds, can't avoid cannoning them. If he feels it is, the cue ball is going to go into the reds, he needs to play at a little bit more pace, just to make sure the reds come on and off the cushion. Yeah, played this well. A little bit unlucky, see the little double kiss between the reds there. Just kept one near the left side cushion. 24 in front, so he's going to need red colour, red.
Yeah, Stephen said he's a little unlucky.
Chris Wakelin, 56.
But, well, he was unlucky. Has he been lucky? Can Mark get past the green here? It's an easy starter if he can. I don't think he can see enough of it. Nice controlled escape from the snooker. These three sessions, the first two sessions are 8 frames, and then the remaining 9, if you should go that far, make up the 25.
Okay, of course. Okay.
Referee Tatiana Wollaston. Her husband is still in the tournament, playing Mark Selby. 24 points of difference. But I think who pots this next red is going to be favourite. I mean, okay, Chris Wakelin just needs red colour red, but... Oh!
One.
What a shot that was! He's
Touch and
not
ball.
on a colour,
Declare,
but
please.
no surprise is what's going to happen next. Clean as a whistle. He's touching the pink.
Pink ball.
He's nominating pink, but he's only going to trickle up to the black. But he's deemed to have hit the pink.
Chris Wakelin, 1.
Be a little disappointed he didn't get tighter to the black than that. I presume he's got the snooker, but first glance it's not too difficult to swerve. Yeah, he could have had Mark in more trouble than that. He's not played that very well. This red pots. Mark Allen knocks it in. We've got a new favourite for this first frame.
Yes, it's gone from the sublime to the ridiculous. And Chris Wakelin, the last couple of shots, the pot to the yellow pocket was one of the pots of the tournament. And then he's played 2 absolutely dreadful shots. Yeah, nice pot from Mark Allen.
1.
Looks like he's going to win this first frame now. Chris Wakelin should have had it sewn up.
Well,
3. 5. 8. 12.
this was always going to be the key shot. Judging the pace from blue to pink. Wow, I didn't see him missing the blue.
Mark Allen, 12.
Well, that was a let-off for Chris Wakelin.
Just a horrible strike, basically. It's a little bit of first frame nerves. All of a sudden, this frame has got twitchy.
Mark Allen, 5.
Where's the cue ball gone, JV?
Where's it gone? That's more the point. And that makes a difference because now Chris needs blue and pink. Until he went in off, he just needed the blue.
reasons for the success that Mark Allen has had in tournament wins in the last 3 or 4 years. He's become an incredible match player. His all-round game is very, very good. That was top drawer.
Good hit. And although this blue is potable, he'll be running into pink or black. He's not certain where the cue ball was finished, so he may turn it down, but it looks as though he's taking it on. These are the 3 remaining colours. No, he didn't take it on. I think this is the one side of the game that Chris Wakelin can keep tabs, if you like, with Mark Allen. I just feel that with Mark, the potting and break building is going to be his strength, but what a shot this is. What a shot that is. Wonderful.
Once again, should hit the blue. Can he keep it safe? Now I would expect Chris to be having a go at this one. It's almost feeling like a decider, this now.
I know, and I think we've got to that stage now, and whoever wins it, the one who loses it will feel a little bit of grief, because they both had good chances.
Is the cross double on? Blue to left middle? We'll never know.
Good line. But the big problem with that shot was he was sending the blue towards the corner pocket, so he needed to get cover, and he hasn't.
The blues is potable. It's definitely potable, and he'll definitely go for it. The only thing with these thin pots is that, well, is he going to go for it? The way he's pointing his cue, possibly not. I was going to say, if you do go for it and miss it, because it's so thin, the blue will probably stay near the pocket.
Well, he's coming off 2 cushions, trying to get right in behind it. The side cushion, port cushion. He just hit nicely. chance now to get in behind the black. You'd use the pink as the target. If you can cannon the pink, then you can have a chance at the snooker. Good shot. Well, so we've seen some very good snookering and some very good escapes from both players.
Probably play the same shot he played a couple of shots ago. Knock the blue to the left cushion. Try and get cue ball somewhere behind pink and black. He's played it better than he did previously. I think he's got the snooker this time. Maybe not. Mark Allen was just giving Chris Wakelin a look to sort of judge his body language. I think he has got the snooker. Little gentle swerve. His first frame has gone past the half-hour mark, and well, no sign of a winner yet. Say these are the type of frames you just hate to be the loser of them. You win it, you can forget about all the mistakes you made, all the bad shots you've played. You can erase them all from the memory. If you lose the frame, you're stuck with them.
Well, a shot out of the blue. Look at the cue ball. A little bounce. Oh, wonderful. 13 points to lead. 13 remaining. This pink for the first frame. And he got it. Took a while, but it's Chris Wakelin who takes the first frame and leads Mark Allen 1-0.
Well, at this level, that's not a good break-off from Mark Allen. Cue ball not near the ball cushion and left the red, a very gettable red. Although the top pros would expect to pot that red 8 out of 10, maybe even 9. Put it this way, they're disappointed when they miss it. Like, can he get this red? There's a lovely angle in the green. Does the red next to the black go? If it does, I think it's worth playing for. There's easier positional shots. Obviously, the red to the right, the pink is easier to get on. So you may play for the more open reds and then try and get to that red next to the black from the blue or pink. He is playing for this red. Needs that cue ball to just run past this one. Oh dear.
4.
I think that's end of break. Unless this red that's close to the cue ball actually goes. No, it doesn't. So after potting that opening long red, Chris Wakelin will be disappointed to only score 4 points.
Chris Wakelin, 4.
Yeah, and the positional shot he played had to be very precise, didn't it? I mean, and the angle he had, it makes you wonder why he didn't go into the pack of reds, but I think as we saw from Mark Allen in the first frame, it's as though maybe it's because it's early on in the match, they don't want to take any undue risks. Later on in the match, I'm certain he may have played a cannon there. Red to the left corner. Well, he's turning it down. Well, he obviously can't get past the blue. Very good safety. And a decent cue ball. Well, a couple of reds there, but they're not a plant. I mean, you might be frightened you leave it for your opponent, but it isn't a plant. But there's no easy path back to the balk end here, so Chris in a spot of bother. Where's the cue ball going? Well, that little rattle on the jaws has made it a good cue ball now, and in all fairness, that was a decent attempt at safety. He's got a straightforward, if it can be when you're so close to the balk cushion, return to balk. He's just concerned about this red on the left-hand side of the table, leaving Chris Wakelin a shot at that. Needs a good cue ball, and has got one. Decent shot. Left the pot on this red, but because the cue ball is so close to the balk cushion, there's no way that Chris Wakelin will play it. He has the same problem. Well, just a bit worrying for Mark Allen. He missed a straightforward blue in the last frame when he had a chance of steering it. And that pot there, he hit the wrong side.
One.
Just working out the best red to play for, because when the black's potted, it's going to be out of commission. It won't be pottable. Well, it's definitely not pottable in the left corner. May possibly be available to right corner.
Eight.
Just checking if it does. Can't play for it this time, of course. Imperative he gets a
9.
nice angle on the blue. And he hasn't. It's a little bit careless. It would have been so much easier if that cue ball had run another 2 or 3 inches. Helped out by the fact that this red near the baulk line
14.
pots. But it's still the case now, the cue ball travelling a little bit more than he would like.
$15.
Delivers the cue really nicely, Chris Wakelin. Nice
17.
pace of backswing before he delivers the cue. Nice pause at the back.
$18.
So obviously the black goes to this right corner. There's 2 ways of playing this. He could pot the black and screw into the red immediately to the left of it. And if he could develop that red into a pottable position, that would make the black available into both corners. Too much risk, Stephen, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're saying. There's 2 or 3 different ways. I mean, you could... I mean, in a way, if you could get into the red below the black and somehow get screw in the cue ball and move all 3, that would be the ideal shot. That's what he's played. And once he pots this red, black
25.
is available to both corner pockets. So he played that cannon really well.
$26.
Well, this is a frame-winning chance, no doubt. And when we say that, I mean, people say, oh, well, you're just making it seem easy. No, I'm trying to read what he's thinking in his mind. As far as he's concerned now, he's developed the reds perfectly, and he expects to win the frame at this visit.
Totally agree. It's the second round of the World Championship. These are the best players in the world. They should win the frame at this visit. It's as simple as that. With the balls placed as they are.
$33.
Big question is now for me, in potting this red, can he avoid the kiss on the second red?
34.
Well, he couldn't, but he's judged it nicely. So still on track.
$40. 41.
Yeah, he's frightened if he screws back directly, he'll kiss the red. The other side of the cue ball and it will run out of position, so decision to make. Well, his decision is to play a tricky red into the right middle.
48.
Would have preferred something easier than this, but... But right in the
49.
heart of the pocket, he got it. Good confident start, this from Chris Wakelin. I think winning that first frame has certainly helped him.
Yeah, it was such a tactical frame in the end. That's why I said that whoever won it
56.
could just forget all about the first frame and just settle down into the match. Mark Allen hasn't settled down from that first frame. We've seen the long pot that he took on, hit the wrong
57.
side of it. He's not settled yet. Mentioned the blue that he hit horribly when he looked like winning the first one.
This blue will put him at 66 points in front, but there's still 67 remaining. And the fact he's wrong side of the blue, frame ball red, won't be as easy as he would have liked.
Yeah, although the
62.
Reds have been pretty easy position, you wouldn't say it's the most flowing break. Each shot hasn't really flowed into the next. He seems to have constantly having to sort of get himself out of trouble. But that was a very solid pot. It does look like going to be 2-0
63.
to Chris Wakelin. Callan will just be... He won't be happy with the start he's made in this match. As one of the so-called favourites for this tournament, he's not looked or acted like
68.
a strong favourite for this match. Like he was going to stamp his authority on it quickly.
69.
And that will keep Mark Allen in his seat. He won't come back to the table. Can Chris make a century here? It's not going to be easy. This potting angle is taking him away from the Reds, and the
Chris
pitch
Wakelin,
not going in. But I'm certain Mark Allen will stay in his seat. Nods the concession. Chris Wakelin against the number 8 seed is 2-0 up. So Chris Wakelin gets frame 3 underway. I was making the point that Mark Allen is the world rank number 8. Chris Wakelin is 20. He's not a long way down the rankings, as I say. In the last couple of seasons, he's been showing, well, his best form of his career. the dreaded double kiss. It's a misjudgment. So here's a chance for Mark. Got a nice angle just to run this in and play for the black in the opposite corner.
One.
Right in the heart of the pocket. Well, he's usually, this is his strength when he's in and around the black spot area.
8.
Poor positional shot there.
Yeah, he was playing to screw past that red. For the 4 reds above the black, the extreme right one, he could have gotten that to the right corner. He's just not delivered the cue at all. But that's a great reply. That's a great recovery shot. Okay, he's kind of bailed out slightly with the cue ball. Now these blacks, you've got to fully commit. Not even think about what you're going to leave should you miss it. Yeah, very good. 2 excellent pots from Mark Allen. And he's doing something to keep this break going.
16.
Now, has he got anything to go at? Well, those 2 reds, it look as though they're a plant into this corner, but there's quite a bit of distance between the 2 of them, so it's not easy. And apart from that, I don't see anything else. I suppose this red, if it passed the brown, is potable, but nothing easy about that one. Needs a bounce. Not enough, but he's pulled out some wonderful pots to keep this visit going, so I can't see him turning the black down, but it's tricky. Another terrific shot. He's looked away from the table. I don't think he's too pleased.
24.
I mean, some of these shots he's pulling off to keep this break going. He's still not in a red nicely. I have to say, very, very unfortunate. He's potted 2 really tricky blacks off the spot. Both corner pockets, and each time landed on nothing. He's now looking at a plant. The good thing about this plant, he's coming at it from the right way, so he can get position on the black from it. But it's not easy. No.
Mark Allen, 24.
Just got the feeling there from the moment he played a poor positional shot, he was desperate to keep it going. We'd have to say, just push the ball out a little too far there. Not much you could do there. He was going to have to lose this
6.
difficult red. Tall lad though, Chris. So he shouldn't have any problem, particularly with the extension on the butt of his cue in reaching this, but depends how you play it. If you play it with a bit of side to avoid a kiss on the second red, it's definitely missable. Oh, he found
7.
another red that went, and this time he's got a lovely angle on the blue. So that risky plant that Mark Allen took on could be very costly. It's not bad.
12.
Obviously, the lights have drifted past those reds and leave himself better on this one. I don't think he can drop it in an hole for the black in the opposite corner. It's a delicate shot. Now I think he'll go up for the blue. Oh, he's overcut it. Would you believe it? The hard
Chris
work
Wakelin,
he
12.
did, and then when he got in good position, he's missed a sitter.
One.
Well, that's the best ball he's struck all afternoon. He could not have hit that any better. Look at the action he gets in the cue ball here. And he was stretching a little bit. That would have definitely made him feel good, that one. He has played a lot of good shots in this frame.
6.
Okay, the plan, as we said, was probably a step too far.
Thank you.
7.
Points the lead, and much like the last frame, he should win the frame
14.
at this visit. The way the balls are situated. Put it this way, he'll be devastated if he doesn't.
15.
Yeah, just signs now in this frame. First frame he lost and looked uncomfortable in the last frame. Just signs he's starting to get through the ball a bit better. I always felt with Mark, Stephen, a couple of seasons ago, he really slowed down, didn't he? Slowed his game down. And I think even he felt that he was getting too pedestrian. And then he tried to quicken it up a bit, but you just can't switch it on. It's not a light switch, is it? And I just feel sometimes he has a problem with his balance of play.
Yep, that's very true. Although he was having a lot of success with the way he was playing, a lot of success, and I think it was quite difficult for him to want to go back to his original his more natural way of playing, which is more aggressive, quicker. And I do think some matches he finds it quite difficult to get that happy medium, the right pace. This cue ball is in no man's land.
28.
40 points to lead, but still a possible 75 remaining. I think because of his lead, he doesn't want to remove that red away from the left-hand side cushion. That would be the obvious red to play safe off, but the double would be too risky. He could leave a pot on. Well, he's gone for it. It's risky. Oh, but it's not now. But he would have been leaving a pot on should it not have gone in.
Yeah, it makes you feel good as a player when you play the aggressive shot. Obviously, if you get it, that helps.
36.
I think what we were trying a bit earlier about the way he was playing, even though he was getting a lot of success, I don't think he was having fun playing
37.
snooker. You've got to enjoy what you're doing as well.
Yeah, and it wasn't easy on the eye for a lot of people, and in a way, he took a little bit of criticism over it. But, as I say, he's now trying to pick up the pace.
44.
He's such a good player, Mark. But it boils down to how you get consistent results, and he found he was getting it that way. I mean, an example for me was the first frame when he was on a pink. He could roll it in. There was a red just above the black. Pot the red, bring the black into play, and he just ignored it. And I think having lost that first frame and the second, he's come out
52.
in this frame to attack.
53.
Having said that, of course, he was gifted this opportunity by Christmas in that fairly comfortable red to this corner pocket. There'll be many twists and turns over the 25 frames in this match.
60.
Wow.
61.
Here's another double.
66.
Break goes to 66. Red pink or red black, he can make a ton here.
67.
Taking the pink, gets to 73. And with the 27 points left with the 6 remaining colours, exactly 100.
73. 75.
He stands on 662 career centuries.
78. 82.
Yeah, we have to say he's not shied away from many shots in this frame. Shot choices have been
87.
pretty aggressive. And it's been night and day to the first 2 frames for Mark Allen.
93.
And played that beautifully. Lots of left-hand side. Black for the ton. Well played. That was more like it. He'll feel an awful lot better now. Got his first frame on the scoreboard. Still trails 2-1.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you. The 4th frame. Mark Allen to break.
First mid-session interval of the match coming up after this. So, can Mark Allen get level? But he's left the obligatory long red here. Oh, lovely shot. It's got to stop short to the baulk line, which he will do.
1.
Could not have played it better than that. Good shot.
Yeah, Mark turned away in disgust after he played the break-off shot. He knew he'd left that red again because Chris had potted one of Mark's previous break-off. And to win this World Championship, you've got to, you're not going to do it every time, but the majority of these chances, you've got to convert to frame-winning breaks. Even as early in the frame as this, the first red, potting long reds, you get on a colour. The winner of this whole thing will do that the majority of the time. That's the standard as expected when you're here at the Crucible.
Played that nicely. He's got a choice of 2 reds here.
No.
All depends. If that red just above the black is occupying a black spot, that is the ball to play. There's the black spot area. Needs good cueing, but it's the correct shot. Nicely played, and now
10.
the black in the open. It's a real good chance.
Seventeen. 18. 25.
Finishing low on this red, in potting it, he can bring other reds into play. Just got to be careful. I always feel with this shot, you got to make a decision. Well, you're going to play it with bottom. So stunt on and off the side cushion. Oh, he's been unlucky
26.
here. Well, I think he's been unlucky. Can he get through to the blue? No. Just that red drifted up the table and it's blocked him being on the blue. As we always say though, when you open the reds, you always need a bit of luck. Now, he needs a good shot to keep this going. He's selected brown. Yeah, there was pressure on that.
Chris Wakelin.
Had to go
26.
for it. But pressure. Not saying that's why he missed it. It was a tough shot.
Brown was nowhere near as easy as the red he missed in the previous frame with the rest, but still, two disappointing misses from Chris Wakelin.
1.
If you want to survive at this level, against this level of opponent. This early in the match, no real pressure, really, this early. You've got to be potting those. That's what separates the real contenders, the best players, from the rest. As the tournament goes on, less and less unforced errors, less and less easy misses.
Six.
That's okay.
11.
Red to the right corner. And of course the black available into both corners. Good chance.
$12.
That black. He's now 14 points behind. Just trying to work out what he'd need, and another
90.
red black. Well, it won't be black, he'll play for the blue.
$20.
And he could have played it slightly better than that, but the blue will put him 1 point adrift, so he's going to need, I think, at least 4 or 5 of these remaining 6 reds. So as you can see, particularly the 2 near the left-hand side cushion in between the bottom pocket and the middle pocket,
25.
and the one on the right-hand side of the table, there's a few hurdles to overcome here. And this is where you need inch-perfect cue ball control.
$26.
Points now all square. The black to go 7 points in front. So 4 of these remaining reds with colours required.
$33. $34. $39.
That's a fabulous positional shot. It really is. To put the cue ball in an area that gives him a choice of, well, it actually gives him a choice of 3 reds here. I don't think he's going to play the one to the green pocket, but he's got the choice of it. Pace of that was just perfection.
40.
Just sense Mark Allen is relaxing into this match now. Looks very confident now. First 2 frames, a little bit edgy. That's that cue ball to stop. No, he's okay.
46.
Still not straightforward. Needs two of these reds with colours. See, he's dead straight on this. May screw back for the pink or blue here. I'm not sure whether he played that, because you could see the angle. He was dead straight, and if he'd hit the red in the middle of the pocket, he wouldn't have gone near this red with a cue ball.
Yeah, and the fact he's not going to play the black now means he needs the two remaining reds. Just one with a colour. But first things first, tricky pink. Cue ball tight, well, not tight, but close enough to the cushion to make it difficult.
Quiet if you can, please. Thank you.
Oh, good shot. And right in the heart of the pocket. Always a good sign and a good feeling for the player.
53. Mark Allen, 53.
He's stretching a little bit, but still expected him to pot it because he was doing nothing with the cue ball.
I was trying to get him behind the black. He hasn't. He could have had Mark Allen in all kinds of trouble there. He missed a trick.
Yeah, Chris is following one bad shot with another one at the moment. You're allowed to play bad shots, but don't do two in a row. That was a strange shot for me. Strange shot choice.
Well, particularly at that pace. I presume he thought he could swerve around and hit it fuller and send it off the balk, cushion up the side cushion, but he misjudged it.
I mean, I presume the reason he didn't play the other red, he didn't want to move it because it's in a safe-ish position, but Chris could move it here from this red. He has done.
1.
Yeah, absolutely, Stephen, and he's knocked it on. And all he's got to do is just drop this blue and he's automatically on it. What a steal this could be. And what a boost to go into the mid-session interval with a 2-1 with a 2-frame advantage. Has he overcut it? Oh! Any harder, I don't think it'd have gone in, but it has.
6. Seven.
Chris, as I said, had started to play
30.
2 or 3 poor shots, but what a let-off this is. He'll be absolutely thrilled if he can get into the interval. As John
15.
says, 3-1 ahead. Because he was just starting to look a little bit like uneasy with some of the shots he was playing. And Mark Allen was starting to look like he was coming onto his game.
Needs the 4 remaining colours. Always feel this is a key shot. If he pots the brown and gets perfect on the blue, it should be a formality. Not perfect on the blue. He's got a little bit of work to do now with the cue ball. He's got to stun it in on and off the top cushion. But that is to the inch. Won the first 2 frames. Mark Allen came back and looked to be hitting his stride. But a bad mistake, and Chris Wakelin will be absolutely delighted. He's got a 2-frame advantage over Mark Allen at the mid-session interval. 3-1.
So Chris Wakelin breaking off in frame 5, and John and I were talking about earlier on is the trying to win each session. Mark Allen now has to win all 4 frames to get a lead going into the second session of this match. All these frames, all these little mini sessions are important.
Can you ask for one water, please?
And sometimes if you lose a session, JV, the
Absolutely, and I think you hinted on it before. The worst thing in the world is when you're playing catch-up. I know it's the early exchanges of this best of 25, but
yeah, if you go deep in this championship, you're always going to have bad sessions, but it's about limiting the damage. Absolute maximum out of every session that you can, even if you lose it.
I just feel at the moment, and we touched on it before, he lost the first 2 frames, Mark, and had been very disappointed, particularly to lose the first frame. He had a sitter of a blue which he missed. And then the 3rd frame he's come out attacking, and he came out attacking the last frame, and somehow he lost it. I'll be interested to see how he approaches this frame and the last 3 that are scheduled to be played. Well, I felt he was forced into playing that. He's left a red to the far right corner for Mark. No hesitation in taking it on. Lovely pot, and a nice angle on the black here to just nudge the right hand of the 2 reds just above it. A little shake of the head there, so he's obviously not happy with the position he's left himself, but it doesn't look to be too much of a problem.
9.
And played it perfectly.
Just one moment, please.
Just
Completely heard him say to the referee just at the start of this frame, I need a cup of hot water.
yeah, he suffers from cold hands, and it's not as much to, well, it's as much holding the mug as actually drinking the hot water.
Yeah, I think it was a little tip he got from RonnieO'Sullivan, I think, because Ronnie used to hold a cup of hot water.
15. 22. 23.
Well, that was interesting. He had not a
30.
bad angle on the black to maybe play into the reds, but decided to play for the last loose one. Okay, the red that's next to the blue will pot to the yellow pocket, but you would think he'd be looking to open the reds up. He could do it off this red, actually, but he's not going to, so he needs an angle.
31.
Just a little bit surprised he didn't do it off the last black. It's all very well trusting your cue ball to get position to do it when there's no loose reds left, but sometimes the time is right and you just got to play the right shot, play the aggressive shot.
Yeah, and if this red by the blue doesn't go into the right corner, it's not going to be easy to get on.
Yeah, this black here, I mean, even with that red that he played for, I mean, you go into the pack, the left side of it, it goes onto that red. It's, I don't know, I think sometimes maybe you just place things, try to be a little bit too perfect. And then there's end of break.
Mark Allen, 31.
I don't even know what he's playing for off the green.
No. It's not the best start in his first round match against Fan Zhejiang. He lost the first 3 frames. Came back to win the match, obviously, but he needed a bit of help from his opponent there in that match.
very well. He got away with it. It's incredible.
If possible, please, thank you.
You can have a wry smile about it, Chris Wakelin, but that does not fill you with confidence when you're left with your next long pot. I mean, this is a wide, to say the least.
Well, he can get through to this red. Does it go to the left middle? Oh, far left corner. Not far away.
Page 15. Andy.
That's a bit of a nothing safety, really, from Mark Allen. There's a chance Chris could get the cue ball in behind the black here. And if he does, Mark Allen will be in big trouble because all the reds will be split. Yeah, good shot.
Yeah, he certainly left himself open for that one. And you look at the table, forget about the green. All the balls nicely available. Got to be careful here. Leave a red on, and it could cost you the frame.
Close to being shot at the Championship so far for me. What a shot. Okay, you're relying on a little bit of luck, the red coming up and down the table and not going into the cue ball, but look at where he's put the cue ball. What a shot. A smile from Chris.
Yeah, because it's back where he left it. But there's no red to hit this time. We talk about great pots that can win frames. That safety come snooker could certainly open up the door for Mark Allen here.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he can get two cushions, hit the red that's on the bulk cushion. So past the yellow.
Well, that's the way he's going, Stephen. He's got to miss the blue, though. That's the problem. And he's just missed it. So the line's on. The line is on. He got very close to the blue, but he's found the line.
I'm just thinking, if he's got to hit it a little bit harder, is the line still on when he hits it a little bit harder?
Yeah, well, I think you'd like to hit this red off 3 cushions, not 2. So it's both side cushions, and then come off the baulk cushion.
Ooh. Foul.
Foul!
Mark Allen full.
I thought we need to have a look at it again. I mean, the referee had a close look, but it looked like it just
I didn't say it.
grazed the red, did it? Oh.
That grazed the red, didn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, it did.
I think it did.
I think that's a mistake.
Mark, thank you. So, wait, Chris. Can we see the replay, please?
I think the marker or assistant referee, as we would call him, have a look.
Well, on this replay, it looks like it, but when I was watching over it, I didn't see it, Chris. Play it again, please.
Can you play it again? Play it real speed. Real speed. She wants. Not sure. I think the
I'll
red
stand with my
moves.
decision.
Does it?
I was right there, and I did not see it move. Okay? Yeah.
Not sure. Maybe it's just the shadow of the cue ball going by it or something, but first glance, I thought it just took a lick of paint off it, but to be fair, the referee had a closer look than us.
He's under hit it though, hasn't he, again?
Foul. Miss. Mark Allen. Foul.
The thing is, to me, I think he could play it with a little bit of extra pace. Listen, at the end of the day, the referee's decision is final, and I've always stood by that. But he could hit it with a bit more pace, as I say, go off 3 cushions. Surely this is the one. Surely this is the one. Surely, surely!
Foul. Miss. Mark Allen. Foul.
Valuable points going to Mark Allen's lead here. No, I don't think it's hard enough again. It's the perfect
Foul.
line.
Miss. Mark Allen. Foul. Foul. Miss. Mark Allen. Foul.
Well, Miss will keep being called until the snooker's required. Just an ounce more pace. 7th attempt. And now he's at the blue, and that was always the danger. You got to get so close to the blue. But he found the line. Should have hit it a few shots previous.
One. Five. Six.
Well, because of all the foul points that Mark Allen got, and the fact that he's been potting balls up the bulk end of the table. He's 68 in front, but there's still plenty of points available. But another yellow here.
This one will put him 71 points in front. There's still a possible 83 available.
$11. $12.
Played that pretty well. Lots of topspin on the cue ball to help it run through the second red. Played it very nicely. In goes the brown, so just one more red to clinch the frame. So that tremendous snooker
16.
he got. I said at the time, you know, we see great pots win frames, but that snooker
17.
won this. Okay, we had a little bit of a question as whether the cue ball hit the red.
16.
But fair play to Tatiana Wollaston. She was right on top of it,
24.
and she said it didn't hit it.
25.
Here's a quick look at it. Ooh.
Need one of them things in cricket, don't they, when you get the sound? You know, when you think...
Oh, the sneakometer.
Yes, yes, that's the word.
But it just shows you, you know, we talk about this game being all about fractions. What a difference that fraction made.
31.
Yeah, he couldn't get through to it.
And a franc.
But that's more than enough. Well, as I say, it was all about fractions that they favoured Mark Allen there. A wonderful snooker forced the mistake, and he reduces arrears to just one. Keeps leaving this red to the corner. He's got a better cue ball this time. A lot closer to the ball cushion than it was on his last break off, and that's why Chris is refusing this red. It's a good line, and it's a very good length. Good shot. Well, for a moment that red was over the corner, but it's just bounced up the side cushion. And, well, potable, obviously, but to get, well, position on the black, you'd have to play it with a lot of pace, deep screw. I don't blame him for turning it down.
better prospect for Mark Allen, the angle he's coming at the red. I think he can topspin off 2 cushions, got 2 chances, could land on the black, could land on the pink to left middle. He knew as soon as he hit it, he jumped up, he knew it was all wrong.
One.
Yeah, nice cut back. Would like this cue ball to be a little bit further away from the cushion. You'd think he'd play the brown. Yellow's too thin. Well, he didn't mean to run into the pink. Well, he's got down quick. Has he knocked a plant on?
5.
Oh, he has. That's what we call a result. Yeah, if he's playing for the black, he's got to be delicate. Don't take your eyes off that plant.
Six.
Well, he didn't play it like that. Didn't want to kiss into that red. Now, unless he takes on this very difficult blue, there's only a safety shot.
Well, this is a big shot. Pot the blue and screw the cue ball back down to this end of the table. Oh, what a bit of cueing that was. What a bit of cueing that was. You can't hit the ball better than that. I mean, I know it's a shot that players practice regularly, JV, but to do it in a match.
Yeah.
Well, absolutely, and as you referred to a few moments ago, well, the last frame when he played a long red and didn't even get in the jaws, and I, like you, thought, well, next time he's got a long pot, that won't fill him full of confidence. What a shot that was. Superb.
Yeah, 100% full commitment to get in the pot and get in position on the red to keep the break going. It was almost like, I've had enough of these scrappy frames, enough of this mucking about. I'm just going to take the aggressive approach and create something. It's a shot that deserves to win the frame.
And
it's also the kind of shot that if he does go on to win the frame from it here, you can set him up nicely for the last 2 frames of this session. Give him a huge boost of confidence.
25. $26.
Yeah, just need a slight angle. He's come very straight. Obviously, it wasn't a problem potting the black. But unless he plays the red that's closest to the top cushion, if he plays the other one, he may have to go up for the blue. And we know that can always go wrong. He'd have liked to have stayed in and around the black spot area. It's all right playing for the blue. Can he get the right angle? He has. Played it perfectly.
39. $40. $47. $48. $55.
Another roll would have been better. So he's just hampered here by this red.
$56.
And because the difficulty of that red and making certain of it, he's not perfect on this black. Don't expect him to miss it, but it's a bit trickier than he would have liked. Now, right in the heart of the pocket.
$63.
So 63 points of lead. He needs another red and a colour.
63. Just not working, Chris. 63. Neil, yes.
Obviously, they had a little bit of a problem with the scoreboard. That's the referee telling him what the score is. That's the score on the bottom of your screens. As I say, it just equates to a red and a colour. He's thinking about, can he nudge the pink into a potable position in potting this red?
$64.
Judged it nicely. Played some nice shots in this break, Stephen.
Yeah, the blue was the obvious highlight, and it's probably going to be the highlight of the whole afternoon session. But yeah, this has been, you see it again, just a beautifully cued shot. Yeah, it looks like at the very least he's not going to be behind going into the second session of this match, which, you know, he's not favourite coming into this against Mark Allen, and with a chance to have a lead, 2 frames to play. We're delighted with the way this is going so far.
Yeah, it would take so much from that blue. I mean, it's a big decision to take it on. And as Stephen said, I know they practice it, but on the practice table and the main table, there's a big difference.
70.
He put his talent to the test, and he passed it with flying colours. So how good does that make
70.
you feel? Very, very impressive, this, from Chris Wakelin.
Yeah, it just shows you when you play these shots and you fully commit to the pot. You could have possibly gone for the blue and maybe not brought the cue ball back. An element of keeping the cue ball safe, and then you miss the pot because you bail out a little bit. You don't 100% commit to the shot you want to play. Makes all the difference. Easier said than done a lot of the time.
77.
But he got his rewards for it.
$84.
Chris is guaranteed to be in at least all square. Well,
Chris Wakelin.
he's not going to go and clear the table, but that blue was the highlight of a very, very good visit to the table by Chris Wakelin, and he leads by 2 again at 4-2.
Thank you, frame 7. Chris Wakelin to break.
Well, he took it on, thinking the only red he could leave, but he missed it by a wide margin, and he's left this red just above the black.
One. Eight. Nine.
The red directly above the black. Chris has got a cannon on the red to the left of that, if he chooses to play it, which will leave that red to the right corner.
Well, he
16.
decided not to play the precise positional shot, played it with a bit of pace, and he can't be unhappy with where it's finished.
Well, we never like to go too early, JV, but you couldn't ask for the reds to be in a better position, could you?
Yeah, and what Stephen's referring to, 3 reds, and this is the 3rd black.
I mean, very, very early and huge odds against, but we just like to get excited, don't we, JV?
24.
Well, I always think in these situations, once he gets to 72 and the frame's won, you can bet your life he'll think of going for nothing else but the black. And
25.
so far, so good.
Yeah, I think the only way that it's definitely odds against is those sort of 6 or 7 reds above the black, between the black and the pink. They're all kind of covering each other, which means it's difficult to get on one that would get you back onto the black. And yeah, already the dreams are over.
32.
Yeah. So just concentrate on winning the frame. And it is a big frame, because if he wins
33.
this, it'll be guaranteed at least a 2-frame advantage going into the 2nd session tomorrow morning. And a chance to have a 4-frame advantage.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying before about getting the most out of a bad session. If Mark Allen
38.
did go 5-2 behind, it could be a huge frame in the context of the end of the match, whether he gets 5-3 or it does become 6-2. But we mustn't jump ahead too much
39.
ourselves, because it's not even 5-2 yet. So Chris has got a lot of points to score first, but he's, you say that blue in the previous frame, I think it's completely inspired him and just given him so much confidence. He looks a different player around the table.
I couldn't agree more. Just not got the perfect angle on the blue, so I don't think he can get as close as he would like to the next intended red. That's why he's coming round now, just drop the blue in, leave himself a sort of 3/4 ball pot on the red to this right corner.
$47. $48.
This time, he's got the angle on the blue that's required. And there is a gap to a red below the pink that he can naturally get on. Just, well, he's decided to stun it down. I think he'd have been better off there running it in off the
53.
side cushion. I mean, stunning it down. I always feel with that shot, you've got to be so much more precise. If he'd have played the run through, I don't see how he could have failed to have been on this red. Is this an alternative? No. Just
Chris Wakelin,
decided
53.
to put a red out of commission. Nice break, nice lead. But this frame not over yet. Well, if he's not left a pot on here, he's been very, very lucky. He's been very, very lucky. I mean, not only has he not left the red closest to the corner, there was 2 other reds that went to the corner that red is now blocking. Very fortunate there, Mark Allen. The only red he can play now for me is the one just below the pink. Try and play a plant, but the main thing is to clear this red away from the corner. Oh, you can get the plant.
One.
That was a bonus.
1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1. 1.
no prizes for guessing what happens next. As I say, that was a bonus, but he had to play it just to clear that red.
Chris Wakelin 1.
Instead of just trickling up behind the brown, he took that opportunity to put the brown a little bit awkward and run behind the green. He's played it decent. Yeah, hit it, but that was always the danger. There was the blue and the black in the middle of the table he could collide in, and that's what he's done. So what a chance now for Chris Wakelin. Yeah, solid pot. He'll know the importance of these frames now. As I say, win this, he's guaranteed a 2-frame advantage, but a chance to get a 4-frame advantage.
Seven. Eight.
Just the pink to get to snooker's required. And I would suggest worrying times for Mark Allen and his many supporters. There's a lot of talk
14.
about could this be his year? Could he complete the Triple Crown of UK Masters and World Championship?
15.
Well, I'll be honest with you, Stephen, I'd give him that blue in the last frame.
20.
He's come alive here. It's a lovely feeling, isn't it?
He just keeps playing position on the blue. Ooh. Well, where's the blue going?
$26.
Frame over. No way back to the table for Mark Allen.
Chris
Another
Wakelin,
very
26.
solid frame from Chris Wakelin. And Mark Allen here, leaving the arena, getting ready for the very, very important final frame. Chris Wakelin leads 5-2.
So, big frame for Mark Allen. Under pressure in the second round of the World Championship. And the reason we say you don't want to be chasing matches, if he did go 6-2 behind, 8 frames to play, you know, I see Chris put another one of those long wedges. I think that's the third one he's potted. But yeah, 6-2 behind, say they play the second 8 frames, say he draws at 4-4. He's 10-6 behind going into the final session. Chris only needed 3 to win. So it just shows you, just puts pressure on each session when you're chasing. Big difference if he gets to 5-3. But he can't get to 5-3 from his chair. But is Chris on a red?
4.
I think not. Mistake. Overscrewed. Well, when I say he's not on a red, I think the one just above the black he can get to. Not only got to it, potted it.
5.
And nicely on the blue. You used the word in the last frame, Stephen, inspired. I couldn't agree more.
Yeah, I mean, I've done it myself.
10.
Used to play, you can feel a bit flat in a match, you're struggling a bit, and you just decide to play a shot, and when you get it, it just transforms your whole attitude.
Eleven.
Another very well struck shot. Kind of gives a sort of wry smile. I can only assume he's pretty straight, and then you see. So screw back. I don't know if you can screw back the red that's to the left and above the pink. I don't know if you can screw back and have that to the left middle. If not, he's going to have to get left hand side on the cue ball here. Send the cue ball up the table for that red to left corner. Played the first shot that I mentioned. And
18.
looking at his body language, he's not on it.
Well, if he's not on it, he just bailed out there slightly. As Stephen said, he needs to put a trace of left-hand side on it. Well, has a plant come to his rescue? It did. It did. And he's perfect on the blue.
Yeah, that's lucky. He knew nothing about that when he played the black. I remember the late great friend of ours, Willie Thorne. If he was in the chair, you'd be able to hear him huffing if he had landed on that plant.
Yeah. And he'd be looking round for sympathy from the crowd. Not ideal to just roll it in and stay on the black, so he could go up for the blue, but the pink's available into the opposite corner. I think
25.
it's just a case now of keeping tight control of the cue ball. He's building up a useful lead. Sooner rather than later, he's going to have to go into the main punch. And that could be the key to this frame. Just keep tight control of that cue ball. Lost it slightly there, but because the pink won't go on its own spot, it's going at the bottom of the cluster. What a big target it is to come off the blue. And he's got a lovely angle
31.
to pop this and leave the desired position on the blue.
$32.
He didn't feel as though he could hold it. Bit thin on the blue now. Can he use the green as an alternative?
I think he caught the jaw of the middle pocket there. I think that's why it's gone further up. The green is a very small target, so easy to take your eye off the pot here going into the reds. Oh, played it nicely. Because it was, the blue was thinner than he planned, he couldn't go into the
37.
pack with as much pace.
Foul. Chris Wakelin, 37. Mark Allen, 4.
Well, he could play that 1,000 times and not knock the yellow in. But he's had a nice bit of luck. He had a bit of luck in this visit when he found a plant from nowhere, so the balls always can't run in your favour. Wasn't lucky, but you've got to take the good with the bad.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting now to see how this frame turns out now, if Mark Allen somehow wins it. Another little twist in this first session. May be forced into taking this red on down the left. Now he's looking at the bunch again. Looking at 2 reds, I'm not sure if you can squeeze that in as a plant.
Well, I think it'd go very close. When they're close together, if you hit the first red on the right-hand side, it'll push the second red to the left. I think this is a possibility, but it's a risk. And if it didn't go in, you'd think he'd almost certainly lose the frame, a big frame. But he's taking it on. He's played it with confidence, but it's not quite there.
No, this was full committal from Mark Allen. And again, you have to say, good run of the ball not to leave a pot on. It's good as early in the first session of a 3-session match. This frame is gaining in importance for who wins it.
I mean, obviously you'd think he's got to cover this red near the right corner, but if he can get close to the jaws of the green pocket and the baulk cushion, this red won't be easy. Doesn't want it running off. And that's perfect for what he had in mind. Mark Allen now in big, big trouble. It was the safety shot that caused the mistake. And Mark Allen sits in his seat staring a 4-frame deficit at the end of this first session.
1.
So 2 sessions to play tomorrow morning, tomorrow evening. You would think, and I'm pretty certain, if Mark Allen's going to win this match, he can't lose the session tomorrow morning.
7.
As I said earlier, even if he shares it at 4-4, he's 10-6 down going into the final session tomorrow night. So a lot of pressure on Mark Allen tomorrow morning, if indeed Chris wins this frame here, to win the session tomorrow morning, to keep his World Championship hopes alive.
.40 points to lead. 3 reds. And 3 high-value colours. More or less do it.
8.
Well, I don't think the blue passes the red to the right middle. He played up for a baulk colour, but that's okay. You think it'd be the green? Now he's played the green, he'll need 1 more red, but it's a good solid pot, right in the heart of the pocket.
11.
Yeah, he's still cueing beautifully. That pause, you could see it. There's nothing rushed about it.
12.
It's fully composed.
$17.
Just got to be a little bit careful here. Red to the right middle, but the black doesn't go into the left corner, so he's going to have to play for the pink, striking down, as you can see.
18.
But no problem. This pink to go 57 points in front with 59 remaining. So this red to lead Mark Allen, leading 2 snookers.
24. 25.
And as you said, Stephen, there's no edginess, is there? He's bringing the cue back, nice pause, pushing it cue through, nice and smooth.
Yeah, say since that blue we keep referring to, it's the shot of the session, and since then, because he'd missed a long pot before that by a mile, you know, completely butchered it. You thought, oh, is Chris Wakelin, maybe the nerves getting to him? But then that blue, he's been a different player since then. It's just given him belief
29.
and confidence.
Yeah, the trust he had in his ability to play that blue, because it was one of those shots, and it was a tough shot. If he'd have missed it, it'd have cost him the frame, he would have thought. So that's it. That's dots the I's and crosses the T's. Mark Allen, number 8 seed, and a lot of people's fancy. In a bit of a hole
35.
here. They'll resume tomorrow morning, and I agree with Stephen. It's a must-win session for Mark Allen if he's going to get anything out of this match. Doesn't matter about the blue. This session is over.
35 and a frame.
And Mark Allen, I'm certain, said to Chris, well played, and that's exactly what he did. And the world number 20 leads the world number 8 by 6 frames to 2.
So Chris Wakelin breaking off in this second session, and well, I did the first session yesterday, and I was talking at the end about how today Mark Allen, you would think, has to win the session, even if he shares 8 frames. He's still 10-6 down going into tonight, so this is massive for his World Championship winning prospects. Does he come out and go on the attack, the offensive? Or does he keep it risk-free? Sharing the commentary box with someone who's been through many of these multi-session matches, obviously. How would you feel, Steve, overnight, 6-2 down? What would your approach be the next day?
Well, I think firstly, even though you try not to take anything for granted, feel a bit in shock. He played so well in his first round match. You sort of just try and
7.
give it a big push every session, but as the session unfolds, another storyline opens up. And the way Chris Wakelin just trundled that red into the yellow pocket, already among the balls. Who's to say what's in store this morning?
Yeah, I was thinking if you're in Mark Allen's shoes, you're kind of maybe hoping for a bit of nerves from Chris Wakelin. Maybe sees the winning line early, maybe
14.
you know, inexperienced at this level in the second round, but yeah, the way he potted that red and looks comfortable already, it's the last thing you want to see.
$15. 21. Chris Wakelin, 21.
That was a big mistake, thinking that red was going to go once the pink was on its spot. Not his spot. Wow. Wow. Has he got away with it? Not sure he has.
Well, happy Christmas. What a gift.
One.
Yeah, this level it's supposed to be difficult to get nice scoring opportunities, but well, handed on a plate for Chris Wakelin.
Eight. Nine. Sixteen. Seventeen. Twenty-two.
He's done well to finish a little bit awkward, the way the reds are situated. Shouldn't be a problem, this red to right corner, just drop it in automatically on the black. And although it's a big frame, obviously for Mark Allen, he's 6-2 behind the first frame, it's also a big frame for Chris Wakelin, or the player in front, because you want to keep up that momentum, you want to keep up the pressure.
Chris Wakelin, 22.
Don't know if it made just a fraction of difference. Putting that extra piece on his cue does change the characteristic to the cue. Mark Allen will be delighted to see that chance go astray.
One.
Well, don't need to tell you how huge a visit to the table this is for Mark Allen. 43 behind in this first frame. 6-2 behind. Okay, who knows, he may end up winning this frame in 2 or 3 visits, but I feel that this is very, very important for his own self-confidence going forward in this session. It's very important to win the frame here and now.
8. Nine. 15. 16. 19. 20.
'Obviously the only problem ball, that red on the side cushion. That's a
27.
ball that Chris Wakelin is obviously hoping Mark Allen will have problems with further down the line. So far, Mark's kept this cue ball under control.
$33. 34. 39. 40. 46.
Ideally, would like to be getting an angle on the pink to try and break open that red. Can do it from the blue, but he's a bit of an angle to stay on the pink. He's got to hit this very softly if he wants to. Gone a bit too far. Just okay, I think. It's got to be a hard stun. Great effort. He's not got the red far enough out
50.
from the table for the red into the middle to be easy, but he's got a relatively straight red into the green pocket, but at best I suppose this is 50-50. does go in the centre pocket, but it's nasty.
He's got to play a pot, though. He surely can't refuse it. I suppose the problem with playing to the green pocket, if you get close, it can stay over the pocket, but he's got to play a pot. But I don't think he is. This is what I was saying at the start of the frame. Is he going to be aggressive, or is he going to be risk-free? Really get a chance again to pot that red.
Thank you.
I mean, the thing about that is, let's say Chris Wakelin had butchered a safety shot and left the red in that position. I think he'd go for it. It's a very strange choice for me. May turn out to be the right choice, but I think a lot of players still left in this tournament wouldn't have been able to refuse that red into the green pocket.
I think again this red goes to the green pocket again. But the longer you stand and think about it, the less likely you are to pot it if you do choose to play the shot. Because there's doubt in your mind. You've got to know the shot straight away, fully commit and play it. Very good safety shot. I suppose I'm only saying you should go for these because I'm jealous that I can't play the safeties. Or can't think of these shots.
Thank you.
Far too thick. Didn't think he could catch as much of it as that. And now this time, Mark Allen will be going for the red. He's got to put a bit of pace in to get correctly on the yellow.
Yeah, good pot. In an ideal world, would have liked to cue ball back a couple of inches. Should still be able to hold this quite comfortably for the yellow into its own pocket.
Three. Mark Allen,
Wow.
3.
No, you can't believe that. You cannot believe that. That is just pure pressure.
Two.
Where did that come from? Chris Wakelin still got to hold himself together here, but how encouraging is that miss from Mark Allen? That
5.
wasn't a certainty, that green, but he made it look very easy.
I mean, it's the first frame of the session, but as that yellow put paid to this, we might look back on it and think, well, that was the chance for Mark Allen to get back into the match. Wait and see what goes on in
9.
this session, although Chris Wakelin has not played a good shot there. Very edgy first frame.
Yeah, this is a massive pink now. in the context of this match.
$20.
Well, a good clearance with a little bit of pressure on it. Chris Wakelin walks out of the room, shaking his head in disbelief that he got the chance. He's now 7-2 in front.
And going back to the red, when he was in the balls, the red that we were a little bit surprised he didn't take on to the green pocket. One of the reasons I thought he should have taken on, because you're in flow, you've scored a good few points. You're cueing, nicely, you're relaxed. So you got a good chance of potting it. Obviously, when he was in and was on that yellow, it turned out we thought it was the right shot, but be interesting to see if he's in that situation again now that he's 7-2 behind. Terrible frame to lose in the end. One thing that can happen in these multi-session matches is you can get up, momentum. You can win 2, 3, 4, sometimes 5 frames in a row. Mark Allen needs to get on one of those runs, get some momentum going. That was a speculative red to right middle. He's not left it. Could have left that red. It's blocked by the blue.
One.
Mark Allen might be the one that might go on the offensive, but Chris Wakelin is not resting on his lead.
5.
That was a very aggressive shot choice.
Yeah, that is very aggressive, I agree. If he misses that, we're digging him out for going for a shot that's really had a low value of execution, but sensing his opponent's not feeling good, maybe that's the time to strike.
Six.
Of course, the other thing that happens with Mark Allen sort of twitching that straight yellow to win the previous frame, it just makes Chris feel even better, even more relaxed.
Yeah, this scoreline is something I think nobody expected.
13.
Okay, Chris played brilliantly to beat Neil Robertson in the last round, but this is even more impressive.
14.
Following up that sort of giant killing performance. Sometimes you react badly the next match, but not Chris Wakelin. He's certainly looking the more fluent of the two players.
21.
And I think this fluency is something that is massively important at the Crucible.
22.
To be able to play on autopilot and let your sort of subconscious play the game as opposed to trying to overanalyze everything, I think is a big bonus.
It's also for me quite refreshing to see someone just go for pots. I mean, the first red in the middle wasn't, you didn't think was going to offer. What's the point of going for it? The cue ball's staying on the baulk cushion if he gets it, and then he goes and takes the brown on. It's almost going against the grain of how snooker's played nowadays. Risk-free.
29.
He's getting the rewards. Mark Allen could not have envisaged Chris Wakelin being in a scoring opportunity when he left the table the last time.
30.
The blue might be a better colour to try and keep this break going in a couple of shots' time. Doesn't look to have the right angle to get correctly on the blue, so just checking whether he can get some type of angle on the pink that could nudge reds into play.
$38.
He's gone too far for the pink to nudge reds out, but he has got that loose one to the side. Choosing to go into the pack. This is always tough off the black cushion. No guarantees. Red was dangerously close to the middle pocket, but now it's cleared. It looks like he's got that
45.
dinky red into the centre. Maybe a bit of an angle on it, but you'd expect him to get this. And if this does go in, another frame maybe on the board. It's on the brink of 8-2. You only need 5 more frames, but you don't want to be thinking ahead of yourself. That's what can go through your mind, even now.
Thank you. 52. $53. $60.
You start to do the maths of the match. If Chris Wakelin does go 8-2, and Mark Allen got to basically beat him 11-4.
61.
These maths just keep racking up the more frames that Chris gets on the board. If you're Mark Allen, you can't afford to think like that.
I mean, you were commentating on the first session, Stephen. I didn't see all of the shots. We're in the studio, sort of keeping an eye on it. But do you think, because of the fact that Mark Allen knows he was the favourite in this match, he's expected to beat his opponent, that weighed heavy on him?
Well, he started off quite... So
63.
didn't look that confident at the start of the match, as you would expect. As we're saying, you're the strong favourite to win. Chris Wakelin never even been in a best of 25 before. And it kind of took him to the third frame to start sort of freeing up his arm and scoring, and then
64.
the fourth frame was a frame that could have gone either way. Chris won it, and it seems that those frames that are all going the way of Chris Wakelin. Mark Allen's just made too many unforced errors. I mean, you think when you get to the second round, it's going to be the top players that are going to make less and less unforced errors. But in this match so far, it's been
71.
the favourite that's done that.
I mean, it's
72.
a player who's not playing well on the day never looks that good, so it's easy to sort of read too much into it. But the old Mark Allen, the one that had a bit of hustle and bustle around the table, maybe played at a lot quicker pace than Mark, who now tries to be very exacting.
79.
I think the old Mark Allen, I think I preferred it. It looked a bit more dangerous sometimes.
80.
Yeah, you could almost tell what he was thinking, couldn't you? His whole personality was sort of aggressive, and he wanted to get in amongst it and, have a battle out there. And yeah, it's hard to criticise because he's had so much success the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
But I totally agree.
87.
When you're in this situation in a match, you want the other way.
88.
He's going out of this World Championship if he doesn't change something. And the spectre of a session early comes into the equation as well. That's embarrassing.
94. 95.
This is a fantastic break from Chris Wakelin, regardless of the man sitting in his chair. It's the Chris Wakelin show. And that brown in the middle pocket is spectacular.
103.
I do think this brown
110.
from the ball cushion. I mean, that's a brave shot, especially when your friends and family and all that know the game well enough to know that that is very risky and didn't have to be played. He's in a great mental shape to be able to pop that.
112.
Yeah, and how would you feel if you're Mark Allen? I mean, your opponent's just playing these shots that are, if he misses, is leaving you right in, but he doesn't care.
115.
Say it's most of the time it's not the way the game's played these days.
119.
That magnificent blue he played in the last session that we were all raving about, not just potting the blue into the yellow pocket, but screwing back for position, leaving it all on if he missed. Well, never mind. It was a great break. He must be feeling fantastic out there at the moment. 8-2 in front.
Thank you. Frame 11. Chris Wakelin to break. didn't see anything. One.
Check it.
Can we check a replay, please? Chris thinks he might have fouled.
Yeah, that's a great bit of sportsmanship. You felt that was a natural sound, maybe, or he felt something. He might have touched the red.
Can we play again, please?
Oh, it's not.
Chris, no, I can't see the foul. Yeah, just yeah, legal shot 1.
It must have been sort of a funny sound that maybe Chris heard that alerted him to the fact that he could have made a foul. And now he's taking on this massive green, very similar to the brown. What a shot this would be. That's fantastic. What a shot.
Well, if you watch most of the top players, this is not how they say you should play the game. Taking these balls on where you're leaving your opponent in. But I'm going to lie, I'm loving it.
5.
This is incredible.
That 20 out, he likes that middle pocket, but that green was better than the brown. You know, you do it once, yeah, fair enough, but then to do it again with more levels of expectation, especially after that hiccup of the possible foul. Oh, won't be happy with that one, though.
Well, as good as the green was, that was as bad a shot positionally from the black. That was a bit clumsy.
Well, Mark Allen needs a bit of help. His eyes light up a bit after that. How does he get back into this match? Is he going for this in the green?
He's refusing to play safe.
Wow, this is incredible.
Wow.
Oh, what a shot.
We have to, again, go back to what would happen if Mark Allen, I said, if he'd potted that yellow, that time when he missed it, how is this session going to pan out? How much of a pivotal shot was that going to be? And at the moment, it's proven
7.
huge.
I mean, the red wasn't totally audacious. He played it in such a way he could have got a cover on the brown. But it's such a positive way to play.
$18.
You could be forgiven for trying to shut up shop a little bit on your opponent. Try and make him take on extra risks and then present you with easier ones. But Chris Wakelin's just decided to go all-out attack. How does Mark Allen get back in this match? He's got to somehow effect some change.
Difficult from a chair.
26. $33.
When he was looking
34.
at a shot to open up the reds early. Not absolutely sure if there's any plants on. No, he's sort of played back to where he was before, so
41.
whatever he was playing in the first time, he's now got the second. I think he's looking to see how he can promote reds. He's going to possibly be screwing back off the side cushion into open play, hopefully not getting any covers on the pink or blue. Had more of an angle than I thought. He could have gone in with a bit more power, but controlled it nicely. A couple of reds have knocked themselves out. Would have liked one extra ball roll to make this even easier than it is. May have an angle.
$47.
Is 9-2 the end?
I don't think you could call it the end. I think he still needs 4 frames, and you've got to think it. At some stage, Chris Wakelin might see the winning line. I don't know whether he's thinking at all about whether he can win this match a session early. I don't know, but if he starts to think like that, then that's when problems could arise. You've got to just keep playing frame by frame.
48.
Mark Allen, it's very difficult to, in that situation, to change the momentum in these matches. (9-2), still got 5 frames to play in this session. You'd have to say Mark Allen would have to win 4 of them, you would think.
55. $56.
Just playing beautifully. When you're in Mark Allen's situation, you've got to be waiting for something to happen and try and be ready for it. But at the moment, there's nothing happening for him. This is relentless.
64. $71.
Well, it looks like he made sure of the black to get over the winning line. I don't think he's on a red.
I think there was a small gap that he played for red to left
Yeah.
corner. Didn't get it,
71.
but it's a bit demoralising. 8-2 behind and 71-0 behind, but you've got to try and summon up something to come back to the table. I think even though it's 1 snooker to tie, I'd be just conceding, getting out of the arena maybe if you're Mark Allen. Splash water on your face or something just to sort of try and wake yourself up. Not in a sleepy sense, but just try and do something, try and affect change. suppose one part of Mark Allen's thinking might be, if I keep this frame going, I might break up that momentum, break up a bit of Chris's rhythm. Even if you can't win the frame, it might serve a purpose going into the next frame.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily think that's the way Chris Wakelin is operating at the moment. He's respecting every shot and loving being out there. He's enjoying this safety battle, much more so than Mark. Chris will be pleased to get these 2 reds away from the pink. There's one way to get back into the frame for Mark Allen would be to pot 4 reds, 4 blacks, and then use the 5th red to get a snooker behind the pink, if it's close to it. Mark's obviously got to continue to play on just in case miracles do happen, but you do feel like it's a bit of an uphill battle.
Frame considered. Frame Chris Wakelin.
So Mark Allen concedes, and Chris Wakelin now 9-2 in front.
Quiet as you can, please.
Thanks, Rishi. Yeah, the first frame was huge this morning. Mark Allen missed a straight yellow off the spot in clearing up. And since then, Chris Wakelin has just, well, as we say in snooker, he's gone into one. This is the yellow.
Unforgivable, that, wasn't it, Stephen? Then all of a sudden, Chris Wakelin decided to go for everything. That brown off the bottom cushion, and then the green nailed to the bottom cushion. Such a risky shot.
Leaving the world on if he misses them.
Yeah. He's moved into another level of playing. One of the earlier frames,
10.
we were just discussing what was going through players' minds, and all of a sudden, Stephen, you mentioned
11.
the possibility of Chris Wakelin fancying doing this in 2 sessions. That would be incredible, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it does rear its ugly head to Mark Allen. You start to think about those things, especially when you just can't get any table time. You can't get to the table. Every time Chris is in, it's frame over at the moment. It's incredible. Oh, just missed a cannon there. Still got the red to right corner, but yeah, it's there. You can't get away from it.
18.
So, does he go in with power? Can he play a more careful shot? Smashing the reds everywhere if he goes in with power.
Yeah, he's just looking to see those 2 reds at the top of the bunch. He makes contact with that when he can get the cue ball back up the table towards blue and baulk colours. If he sends the cue ball into the middle of the bunch, he may struggle to get on a colour. Big shot this. It's a shot in practice you don't hesitate to play, but this is a big shot. He's not held back so far from the big shots. Say, bit of adrenaline.
19.
Surely he's not going to take the green or the yellow onto the middle pocket here.
No.
But it's not an easy roll-up, is it?
No, it's not an easy roll-up. This is a weird situation. You know, some perhaps dead weight is so hard. Maybe he has to play for the top cushion safety here.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe play brown to
Yeah,
left middle, bring
yeah.
the cue ball down to the black cushion, should he miss it.
So a containing chance of a pot. It looks like end of break, that's for certain.
He's eyeing this yellow.
No,
Surely
please,
not.
no. Well, wow.
Well, I was going to say, if he pots that, it's one of the best shots I've ever seen at the Crucible.
I think this is one too far. Surely he doesn't want to let Mark Allen in easily. Brown to the top cushion.
There's been so many matches in history. I'm thinking of
Yeah.
Sijawi 14-5 up
Turning.
against Luca Bracel.
Yeah,
One
turning.
shot too far.
He's going for it. Gee whiz. This is a tough shot if he just got it in.
It's tough shot with the ball in hand, yeah. It's one of the best shots I've ever seen.
That is crazy.
That's one of the best shots I've ever seen. Mark Allen taps his hand. I don't think Chris can actually believe he's potted himself.
How confident must he be feeling?
I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
you're 9-2, you're in front, but it doesn't make it any easier when you feel like, is it the right shot, is it the wrong shot?
Wow.
That was brilliant. There's been some fantastic shots played over the years here at the Crucible, but that's up there in the top
Yeah.
10 for me.
Without a doubt.
$22.
Look how still he kept his head and delivered the cue through a straight line. It was the way he just turned away from it as soon as he potted it. It was like... It's, Thought for 1 minute he turned around to stare at his opponent after potting it. That would have been a bit ruthless. But yeah, can't see that shot enough. Incredible.
If that yellow doesn't go in,
29.
we're criticising him to the nth degree, overtaking it.
Well, you are.
I think even you are. I don't think you'd have gone for that.
This is just, it's so refreshing to me to see a player out there just going for pots all the time, because, as I say, the game has become quite risk-free in terms of shot selection. A lot of the top players, and this is just wonderful to watch. I'm not saying it's a way you can win the world title, but it's just, yeah.
Luca did.
It's different, yeah, you're right.
Maybe that's the changing face of snooker, is you've got to be ultra aggressive.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, imagine if they changed the rules. You were only allowed 3 safety shots per frame.
I mean, that didn't look much, but even that was a really confident shot. Staying on the black rather than going up for the blue. He's got this outside, well, the lowest red, maybe a plant on. It's looking ominous, isn't it?
He certainly doesn't want... Is he on that red? He certainly doesn't want an interval, but he's going to get one after this frame. And if we think ahead, if he does win this frame and go 10-2 ahead, he's going to have to try and, or whoever's in the dressing room with him, hold the expectations, because it'll be very difficult not to think about winning this match a session early.
42.
You've got to try and keep your focus on the job in hand.
Hasn't given the plant into the left corner another look, so probably isn't on. But he's got a chance to open this red up into the left corner, nudge the red towards the middle pocket. Yeah, I mean, he's on the brink of an incredible victory here. It'd be understandable if at some stage he saw the finishing line, but to win these first 4 frames, could never have expected that.
Hey, well, what Chris Wakelin's doing, it's actually quite a difficult thing to do, is to stay in this zone, you know, constantly, not missing a pot. Staying this relaxed, staying this focused.
56. $57.
It's funny, isn't it? 10 o'clock start for a session. It's not everybody's cup of tea, but Chris Wakelin has got off to an absolute flyer, albeit helped by that missed yellow.
$62.
Has he gone too far? Can he pot it with side? Maybe.
Well, it's quite a difficult thing to do, keep your focus and concentration. In me, I've just lost it slightly there. Is he still on this red? Is he playing the other one? Well, it just refuses to miss.
63.
Best performance so far in this World Championship. It's coming from one of the qualifiers. It's an astonishing performance he's putting in here.
68. $69.
So, Mark Allen, in the first frame, Steve and I were saying, you know, he could have played this red up. He'd already scored, you know, 50-odd points. We said if his opponent had missed and left him that red, he wouldn't have hesitated playing it up into the green pocket. He chose to refuse it. Okay, you could say it's the right shot because he did get a chance and then ended up missing the easy yellow. But I think we both think he should have taken that red on. Anyway,
74.
it's all history now. Mark Allen is actually having a smile to himself in his seat. I think he can't believe that Chris is... I don't know what he said. He actually mouthed something. Whether it was he can't believe Chris has made an error, I don't know. But he won't believe what's going on here.
Chris doesn't want the interval to come, he just wants to be out there, doesn't he? Wouldn't put it past him to clear the table here. He's loving every minute of it. Maybe the best performance of his life so far in this match.
Can Mark Allen win 11-2 the way Chris Wakelin's playing? Blue doesn't go in. He looks a bit disappointed, but what a 3 frames we've just witnessed from Chris Wakelin. Absolutely phenomenal snooker. Some of the best pots I've ever seen. It leaves Mark Allen 10-2.
Thank you, frame 13. Chris Wakelin to break.
So it's going to be fascinating to see if Chris Wakelin can continue with the form he showed in the last 3 frames. Very difficult, sat in your dressing room, to stop the thoughts of, as we mentioned before, trying to win this match in this session.
Yeah. Chris will be 1 frame at a time. He's totally in the zone. But I'm sure his friends, family, anybody in that dressing room will be going, if you can just share these next 4 frames, you're home and dry. Mark overcuts another red into that corner. He hasn't had the best of the early part of any of the frames. Be desperate to get in amongst the black area just to get his cue going. I think realistically his only chance is to try and win all 4 of these frames. 5 would be lovely. I want to get 8, isn't it? 4. So, yeah, struggling with the amount of frames. Yeah, 8, 8 and 9. But every likelihood, the way this match is going, they won't get anywhere near that 9.
If the frame scores was very even, this is a good chance for Mark Allen, but when you're 10-2 behind and you've not potted a ball in over 50 minutes.
1.
Yeah, that becomes a more difficult shot, but he cued that very nicely. He's basically got to play perfect snooker now, Mark Allen, and As we always say, when you're this far behind, you need help from your opponent. It's basically the last realistic pot he's gone for since missing that yellow off the spot in the first frame. He was in the practice table at the interval, trying to get some sort of rhythm in his cue arm.
9.
Interesting to see if he maybe tries to pick up the pace. Not exactly throw caution to the wind, but just trying to make something happen. Just inspire himself in a way.
Yeah, just to get a bit of rhythm going, that would be handy.
16. 17. 24.
That would be crazy,
25.
wouldn't it? A 147. It's not ideal, but it's going to need some awkward
32.
queuing.
That was the
40.
best shot he's played all morning. That was a beautiful shot. Came off the cushion, the cue ball with right hand side to be perfect on this red.
41.
There's a red available just to the little triangle of 3 to the bottom right of those, goes to the same pocket. I think he's playing for the one to the right of the pink. Didn't hit that one very well. I mean, as good as the last shot from the black was, that was a poor one.
48.
He's still in the red. I say a poor shot. He can't retain position on the black. Still a comfortable pot, but he'll be going up the table, or possibly pink to same pocket.
$49.
Has he tried to stay in the black? I think he has. This is an interesting shot choice. Try and cannon the red to the extreme left. Well, we certainly know what he's thinking. Is he thinking he can't win the match? So he's just going to go for 147?
Well,
56.
that's usually the case, isn't it? That trying to salvage something from a match, getting to the levels of the 147 being worth the risk. He's a bit unlucky there, really, how that's gone. I mean, you might as well try and cut it in the middle pocket and go around the back of the black. Very thin. Great shot. Is that two-ball plant might help the situation if it is. He's Got the outside red as well. This would be a crazy session if he could make a 147 here. Incredible.
64. $65.
Well, it seems like, unless you said that's a 2-ball plant to the left of the pink. This is the last easy red. Even if it is a plant, to play it and get position on the black isn't easy. So you think an angle here to go into them, well, those reds would be nice.
Surely that's not another plant, though. The other red will get in the way, won't it? I don't know. That'd be a 3-ball plant.
And the 2 reds are dead set, but as you say, that 3rd red, if that's in between them.
73.
Well, it's obviously on. Or he thinks it's on.
He's not come far enough up, though.
80.
I don't know if he can really stay on the black now. He wanted to be another 6 inches up the table. Running through, trusting to luck. Yes, yes! The only danger, that red near the black spot. It's going to be difficult from here on in. But there's a way forward. What a shot that was. Chris enjoying it as well.
I presume the black does pop to left corner.
88.
What a chance he's given himself in that plant that he played at extreme pace. He did well that none of the
89.
reds went safe.
Well, now it's an absolutely fantastic chance he's opened up. Oh, just struggling.
Someone in the audience is twitching.
Yeah.
96.
It's a mad situation to find yourself in. 10-2 behind in the match. And you decide to go for gold. And now you're presented with this opportunity. Can you hold yourself together?
Every session, someone in the crucible at random gets picked. And if there's a maximum made, it's a £25,000 prize. Mark shakes his head, though.
He's wrong side on the red. He had lots of error. Can he use the pink to help him out? He's going to leave himself at distance here, I think.
$105.
Come on, Mark. Cut it in.
Trace of left-hand side. Brilliant shot. Brilliant shot. I went back to earlier in the bit when he played, we thought he was playing for the pink and he played for a black. This is phenomenal stuff from Mark Allen.
If he can stay this side of the table with the cue ball, he can get round the back of the pink. The ideal way to get on the yellow off 2 cushions.
$113.
And he's gone a bit straighter than he wanted, so a different 2 cushions now. Be careful of the blue. Oh, he got a kick. He got a kick as he just got past.
120.
Can he get through? I think he can. He can. And he's perfect It's on the green. And now, maybe just the pink a problem, just a fraction of a problem. Get in there.
What a session of snooker.
Incredible. One good positional shot on the pink. That's all he needs.
$129.
Well, you play for the pink to the right corner, I think, here. If you risk to play for anywhere else, it can go wrong. You're guaranteed on a shot in the pink to get to black.
134.
I think I'm correct in saying this is worth £40,000.
Take a bow. What a performance. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Incredible from Mark Allen. 10-2 behind. Not scored a point for 3 frames. Comes out after interval and makes a 147. Absolutely phenomenal stuff.
Mark Allen to break. Thank you. Shh.
Well, what an occasion. 147 at the Crucible. In a strange way, that might have... If Chris Wakelin was feeling a bit edgy coming out after the interval, thinking he can win this match early, that might have calmed him down a little bit. Or made him maybe forget about the situation he was in. But, well, just phenomenal from Mark Allen. In the shot halfway through, and we thought, well, he's not going to get in the black from here, played for a high black to keep it going. What skill.
Highs and lows of competitive snooker. Be a bittersweet 147 in many ways if he doesn't claw his way back into this match. Black trundled in, the hand up into the air, and this gentleman, I do apologise for not knowing his name, has won £25,000 for being in the audience and being picked out. He's watching the other table between Mark Williams and Hossein Buffet, but I would have been going down the pub now, I think.
Well, is Chris Wakelin shying away from a pot? That's a first this morning.
Yeah, but I think that's a sensible shot to turn down. It was another very difficult one. And the dynamic has obviously changed in the room. Mark now itching to get among the balls again. Black's tied up. He's got a nasty red to play with no guarantees.
3.
Not sure which red. Maybe the only red he's on is the one next to the black, which is a tricky shot. Not only the pot, but in terms of position. The red closest to the cue ball goes, which again is not an easy pot, but the positional side of it is comfortable. It's not there.
Mark Allen, 3.
Would have liked that again. Is he going to rake in another long blue? It's not so clear-cut a chance with the black off the spot. An excellent shot, excellent. Chris Wakelin, a player that absolutely embraces a long pause on the backswing to really set himself up for the hit. Not every player can do that.
No, I must admit, I'm a little bit jealous when you see the control that he's got. It's something that it can go the longer you play with age. The ability to just wait for the striking moment.
7.
But that's not a good shot. Probably the worst shot he's played all morning, actually. I think he's still on the pink to right middle, but you can see I don't think there's any reds go to right corner. Maybe have to go in and out of bulk, I don't know.
Some sort of gap he'd have to play. That gap through there. Pot the pink. Don't know if he can hold it. So off the top cushion, the bottom cushion, to play for the gap. I was asking a lot.
Chris Wakelin, 7.
But by missing it, he hasn't really left Mark Allen with an easy one.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to know what's going on inside Chris Wakelin's mind at the moment. He was absolutely flying. He was in the zone, not missing. He's had the interval to interrupt that, and then he's had a 1-4-7. If anything can sort of interrupt you when you're in the zone, those things certainly would.
1.
Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Got through that gap without touching another red.
You do feel like Mark Allen's only hope to salvage this match is to win these last 3 frames. I mean, 10-6 would be major achievement for how it was going. And as we do know, Stephen, from watching
7.
over the years this World Championship, you do win frames in clumps sometimes, don't you?
Yeah, momentum, as I always say, in these multi-session matches can be everything.
8.
You can go from Chris's situation where he basically couldn't miss a pot before the interval, and you can quickly go to not being able to pot a ball. It's incredible what can happen out there. Such is a psychological nature of this sport anywhere, but even more so in this place. Yeah, 10-6 from 10-2. Mark Allen would fancy the job tonight.
Well, he wouldn't have the weight of expectation on his shoulders. He could play with a certain amount of underdog freedom.
14.
That helps.
We have seen
15.
an 11-5 deficit overturned at the Crucible. Neil Robertson against Martin Gould. It can be done. As I say, you just have to just get that momentum up where you can just keep your opponent away from the table.
20. $21.
Also for Chris as well, you know, the enormity of what he was doing pre-interval can hit you.
27.
You can't really come out after the interval thinking, well, if I can just win 2 frames out of these 4, it'll be great. Because you can't
28.
think that way. Then you won't win them.
Yeah, I mean, these multi-session matches are an interesting situation to play on your mind, but I mean, the way to look at it maybe would be, let's say Mark Allen does reel off these frames and really relax a bit, and the end result after 2 sessions is 10-6 to Chris. He's drawn the session. Not the end of the world, is it?
33.
Well, if someone offers him before the match starts, you're leading 10-6 going into the final session, you bite their hand off. But
Foul. Mark Allen, 33. Chris Wakelin, 4.
he's not out of this frame yet then. Unexpected enough. It was not the easiest shot there because he didn't have a lot of room, Mark Allen, to get round the angles. Avoid the red that's to the right of the 3. Did strike it well, the pink.
It's in. Yeah.
This has been a pretty successful pocket for Chris Wakelin through this match in terms of potting long balls into it.
Interesting little moment there. Chris Wakelin asking the referee, Tatiana Wollaston, that after he'd put the cue ball on the table in the D, to ask if it was in the D. Tatiana replied yes. So, no,
But
after the event foul worry for Chris. I think that happened to Hossein Vafai recently.
6.
He's made light of these, hasn't he? Some dodgy shots early on, but 3 difficult reds to come.
Well, if he's got the angle, do you risk the red
12.
below the one he's going to pot? Do you risk a little half ball contact on that? You bring that off and leave yourself pink to right middle. You don't want to play it with too much pace because you very likely put it onto the right side cushion. Well, he ended up, he was always getting a thinner contact on the red than I thought, but it's a decent result.
$18.
He looked a little bit upset with the can on the pink. Maybe he thought that if the cue ball ran a bit further, they might be able to pot this red and just flick the black away from that other red. We can't do it here.
$19.
Well, you must play the cannon on red and black now because I think he's got too much angle to maybe just drop on the other red. Well, this is incredible stuff from Chris Wakelin. Okay, he's not easily on this red, but
25.
He's done well to score this many.
$26.
I'm sure Mark Allen left the table. He didn't think it was perhaps going to cost him the frame, the position that the Reds were in. But one good positional shot here, and Chris Wakelin. Oh, this is not a good. Needs that cue ball to stop. That was not a good shot. He had a lot of
29.
room to leave the cue ball in there to have a pot in the red. And he's not going to win the frame at this visit, which would have been incredible. I was thinking with this shot, you don't really want to lay a snooker.
Chris Wakelin,
You'd just like to have the
29.
cue ball on the baulk cushion. Because where the red is, it's simple for Mark Allen just to come off one cushion and lay on it.
Foul. Miss. Chris Wakelin, 4.
Trying to catch that red ultra thin, so it only goes as far as, say, the black spot, and then with the side spin he put on, try and get the cue ball in behind the yellow. Chris will know that, so it's not absolutely guaranteed he'll put him back in here or put the cue ball back. Is he thinking maybe asking Mark to play from where the cue ball lies? He's got options, 3 options. Put it back, ask Mark to play from where it lies, or play it himself. Don't know. Back. Mark's going to have one more try at the very, very thin red.
You want to check?
Ultra thin.
Shall we check? Jan, can you please check?
It's a bit further back.
It's nasty when you put a player back, you know exactly what he's intending to do.
Perfect.
Chris?
You'd hate to see a really good snooker here after doing this. Was it too thin? Is that black inviting to get behind? It's risky. Red going to yellow pocket. Didn't think he'd get the snooker behind the blue, but it's a bonus. Big frame this is in many ways.
Why'd you never get the run of the ball when you're 10-3 behind? Maybe you don't deserve it. What was I saying?
Deserve a bit of run for the 147. So Chris Wakelin would really like to be able to hit this red off the bottom cushion full in the face. Try and get some separation between cue ball and red. It's a cruel game, isn't it, snooker? How often do we see this? One red on the table, 6 colours to snooker behind. Happens quite often. This will be tougher to keep safe. settle for that. Awkward cueing for Chris Wakelin. Needs to play a good safety shot here, not just a containing one. Has he got a full pocket to aim for? Don't think he has. He's got half a pocket. At best, half a pocket. It's hard to see from the commentary box. Maybe he's not on it at all. Oof. Didn't fancy it, did he? Be some shot to get behind the blue, but the angle's there. You can use the yellow to stop the red going over the green pocket.
Good shot that was. Chris Wakelin can get out of this if he gets the red full ball of 2 cushions, which he has done pretty much. Or has he left a pot this time? He has, but bridging over the blue. So seems to be something at the moment that's stopping Mark Allen from trying to win this frame.
Oh, that was a great effort. So close. I think probably as the cue ball was going down the table, he thought it was in.
He's had a horrible run of the ball in this little safety exchange with the last red, Mark Allen. He really has. That red was left on, but bridging over the blue, he had to take it on. The safety shot was just as difficult.
1.
That was... It seemed a little bit of a hit and hope with the cue ball there, but he's on the blue. Just got to be careful. He didn't snooker himself behind blue or green.
I was thinking get the brown away from the pocket so he's got options with the green, but... now he's made an error.
Yeah, he was thinking about what I was saying. You know, when the blue gets respotted, if he brought the cue ball to the left side of the table, quite easy to snooker yourself, say behind blue or green, so you overcompensate a little bit. Do you play this with check side, 1 cushion, or 2 cushions with left-hand side for the green to the same pocket? Played the latter.
8.
Although this is, well, so much easier than a lot of the pots he's potted today, there is pressure on this green.
Yeah, you feel like this is to win the match, don't you? Rammed it in. Little mini sigh of relief. What a great frame for Chris Wakelin to win. Sort of halts the momentum of that 147, doesn't it?
Yeah, you feel with the run of the balls he's had at the end of this frame, is he destined for this
15.
match? Because he There was at least 2 or 3 occasions where he could have easily left the frame on for Mark Allen.
20.
Yeah, that in-off from Mark Allen really hurtful. He was looking in good shape then.
26. And the
So
frame.
Chris Wakelin has 2 frames to play in this session. If he wins them both, he wins the match. He's 11-3 in front.
Chris Wakelin to break. Thank you.
2 frames to play in this session. Is it a formality? Suppose the old cliche we say sometimes when your opponent needs 2 frames for victory, you feel like you've got a slight squeak.
It's funny, isn't it, Stephen, when you're not saying you've been in that position that often, but it does happen where you basically just want to go home, don't you? Just want to bail out, and so you play wrong shots or just look like you want to get out of the room.
Well, especially if you're 12-4 and you've got to, you know, sit in your hotel room all afternoon or whatever and wait to come out and for the possibility could be just 1 frame. I mean, do you come back at night? Do you go in the practice table before the session? Do you do all the things you usually do? Slight glimmer of hope for Mark Allen, slight sign of weakness. It's only because Chris has been that good this morning. You're surprised he misses anything.
Yeah. I don't get the feeling that Mark's ready to bail out by his body language. He's still giving it everything. Full credit to him as well.
One. Six. Seven.
I'm trying to think of things that Mark Allen can cling to in terms of ways back into this. Chris Wakelin's never been in this position before. 3-session match, been so far in front, needing 2 frames for victory to get in the quarter-final of the
14.
World Championship. You've got to think well, we always say that the hardest frame to win is the one at the end to win the match. And Mark Allen, you're trying to cling on to anything that's sort of...
15.
If you're still up for it, you're trying to cling on to anything that's semi-positive.
I didn't
20.
see all of that second session between Chris Wakelin and Neil Robertson, but Neil did come back. Chris must have faltered a little bit, even though he got
20.
over the line nicely in the end. Chance now to open the pack and stay on the red, should he so choose.
$28.
have to say the body language of Mark Allen is still good. He doesn't look like someone who's given up and wants to go home. He still looks like he's pretty focused. So he's still got concentration.
35. $40.
Didn't have the best angle to go into the reds. He did have an option. It felt like it was the time. Potting this red. I'm not sure if the black goes to the right corner. If so, he's got to cannon the red away from the black. Can he avoid the black playing topspin? No, he couldn't, but he judged that nicely.
41.
This is good stuff from Mark Allen. It's not easy to keep the motivation to keep trying, actually, to be blunt.
$48. $49. $56. $57.
Looks like it's going to be a plant to keep this break
64.
going. Just didn't get a thick enough contact on the red that he cannoned. Straight down to play it. Yeah, good shot.
65.
Very good. Pink is frame ball. Very well played, Mark Allen. Showing great character as well.
71.
See, the way the last frame ended, from the last red on, the run of the ball he was getting, you could be forgiven for
72.
thinking, well, this, you know, it's not going to happen. But he's come back strong in this frame.
$79. $80.
Odds on now to make second century of this session.
86.
His first one.
87.
Being a 147, which was an incredible moment this morning, in amongst all the brilliant play from his opponent.
$94. 95.
this from Mark Allen. The second century of the morning, but still well behind in this match. Oh, what an effort this is. No clearance. But a wonderful visit to the table. As I said, showing great character, but he's still 11-4 behind, 1 frame to play.
Final frame of this session, Mark Allen to break.
A must-win frame for Mark Allen here.
Yeah, that's the last roll of the dice really to win this frame. Then he'll be thinking, you know, 11-5 has been done before, as we said, Neil Robertson. I think if I can, which he's capable of, win the first 4 frames tonight, all of a sudden it's 11-9 and it's a different match, but it's all ifs and buts and easier said than done. But that's the sort of things that he's got to cling to in his mind. Try and keep Chris Wakelin away from 12 as long as possible.
One.
Bit unlucky to get a full ball kiss on the brown. That's made the yellow nasty. The brown into the corner. Might as well play positively, play the right shot. Never panicked. Excellent.
I was trying to think of, obviously, ways that Mark Allen gets back into this match. I suppose Chris Wakelin got all day to avoid people telling him that you've won this match, you're in the next round.
6.
Because that can happen. And then you come out tonight and your attitude's all wrong. Seem to be coming up with negatives and ways he can lose the match, but I mean, we're just trying to think of different scenarios. He's still a very, very heavy favourite.
Yeah, well, we've both been
11.
in both scenarios. I know which one I'd rather be in. And when they talk about staying in the moment in sport, I think the player who wins the World Championship is maybe the player who's best at doing that and playing 1 frame at a time, 1 ball at a time. There are times in your career where you overthink the scenarios. That doesn't really help things, but maybe he can play up on the blue, open those balls up a bit, or does he just rely on blues? Could get over the line.
20.
Like that again.
$25. 26. 26.
Superb shot. Now you think must play the cannon into the pink, just to bring pink and black into play if you can. I mean, his cue ball control is excellent. He could decide to try and keep playing on blue, but I think you have to play this shot. Very good, but at first glance, is he on something easy?
31.
Nope. He's not had the best run of the ball. As we've said, when you've been outplayed this way and you're so far behind, maybe you don't deserve it, but it's still a cruel game. Misses this. Could leave it over the hole. He has done. Has he got cover?
31.
Maybe not. Not an easy shot to get perfectly on the blue here.
Yeah, I was thinking, does he just blast the cue ball into the reds, pink and black? He's played the more measured shot. I thought it was maybe worth the risk.
Not saying he's a certainty to pot this blue, but watch when he plays a shot. He pulls the cue back, has such a definite, deliberate pulls. Waits at the back, gives himself time to then make the hit. It's an excellent cue action. As he got on that second red.
6.
Just not looking at it. Looks like he could pot it. He spotted another one. Now he's having a look. Excellent red. And another blue, not even touching the jaws.
12.
Still got a little bit of work to do to get this break under control.
But
it has to be said, even though the finishing line is looming, he's still striking the ball with great authority, as good as anybody else in the tournament.
$19.
Going to leave himself at distance. And that's what he was telegraphing, and then try and cut the red in by the black. Now he's changed his mind. More difficult pot, but wants to get close to a red.
Chris Wakelin, 22.
First sign of a little bit of match-winning twitchiness. Did all the hard work to get himself into a good position. Good shot.
1.
Well, if Mark Allen can win this frame, it still means that Chris Wakelin has won the session 5-3. 2 excellent sessions he's put in. Can't pot them all.
6.
Could have been so different for Mark Allen had he potted that yellow in the first frame of this session. A few nightmares about
7.
that if he loses this match. It's not long to wait before the season starts again, but it's still enough of a summer to have a big sulk up over that shot.
12. $13.
A wonderful opportunity to try and put a glimmer of doubt in his opponent's mind. Oh, it's not the best shot. It's still okay. I'd like
20.
the cue ball just have grazed that red on the way by. And then found him out.
Mark Allen,
Not
20.
the best shot from the black to red there. Mark Allen not left anything. That can find you out when you're chasing like Mark Allen is. If you don't get perfect position on the next ball, it just a bit deflates you a little bit. Chance to pot this red, but cue ball will be running into the black and the other red here, so it's basically full commitment if you do take it on. He's refusing it, so still showing good patience in this match. I don't think in safety. I don't think in his position I could
miss.
refuse the red.
Chris Wakelin, 4.
Chris might not refuse this red. Playing catch-up in the frame usually makes players look more aggressive, although he's checking where that cue ball was. I don't think I'd like to put this back, really. He's got to go for it. Well, he could play safe, but I think he's going for it.
Well, he's gone for some pots this morning and not even thought about what would happen should he miss. He's now starting to think that way. Potted 3 balls in the left middle pocket, which have been just phenomenal pots. The yellow especially is one of the best shots I've ever seen. But he's now just, I don't know, he's maybe thinking a little bit safer.
Double check.
Looks about right.
Yeah, is it okay?
You want to check if you
No,
want,
no,
but
no, if you're happy.
I'm not having it. I'm going for it.
Jan, can we just check, please?
About a ball back towards the cushion. Keep going, keep going. Keep going. And now about quarter ball towards the green side.
It's a very funny
Yeah,
line.
perfect. No,
Mark
too
Allen
far,
came out
too
with
far.
there. Tatiana said, "Are you happy with
a little bit
where the
back.
cue ball is? It's not going to make that
Perfect.
much difference."
Okay.
Just said, "Are you happy?" Mark Allen went, "Well, I'm 11-4 behind. What do you think?" Yeah, good shot. I don't think it was the right shot to put him back in, to be quite honest, but
Well, as I say, it's the first negative thing he's done all morning. Again, it may prove to be the right decision, but it's not the way he's been playing. He's just been a little bit safer, trying to get this frame won. Now that he's getting close to the winning line.
I mean, if he'd have potted that red, no guarantees how the opening up the red and the black would have resolved itself, and red on the top cushion, so it wasn't a gilt-edged chance to win the frame just on that pot. Two things players got to do in this situation: try and keep the reds away from corner pockets and hope you can get some type of cover behind a bulk colour. This is a tough pot with the awkward queuing. It's not totally over there. Put in right hand side on makes it a little bit more difficult. Yeah, good shot.
1.
Does the red go past the yellow? The red on the side, on the top cushion, maybe making his stance awkward, so he's eyeing up the black. Get the difficult red out first. Not a bad option. He should be able to play on it. Looks like the safety shot now, which isn't a bad option.
8.
Absolutely no way he's going for this.
Chris Wakelin, 8.
Well, this could be one of those hit and hope shots. Just hit it hard and just hope you get away with it, because I'm not seeing how he plays this properly. Maybe you know better than me, Steve.
I was just wondering whether he has got the sort of the reverse two cushion flick off a red, maybe.
Yeah, that's about sums up Mark Allen's match, really. I think that was such a difficult shot. And I bow to your excellence in the safety department, but I think I'd have just gone with a hit and hope there.
1.
Well, under normal circumstances, this would be a formality.
Whatever. Has Mark Allen's World Championship just disappeared
6.
with that last shot? Whenever there's big leads or deficits, you always try and make a case for a player getting back into it, but I'm afraid at 12-4, you just can't.
7. Ten. 12. 15.
He's going to need a pink, so I can suppose you think that's the only thing that could possibly go wrong if he gets wrong side of the blue here. But he doesn't need the black, so you don't have to do anything positionally when you get to the pink. But you have to say, what a session of snooker
19.
Chris has played this morning after that first frame, which could have gone either way. Easy miss on the yellow from Mark Allen, but the 3 frames that Chris played after that were just, as I say, phenomenal. The shots he was potting, the shots he was going for, with full commitment. No thoughts of what might happen should he miss.
24.
Fully deserving of what looks like being a 12-4 advantage going into the final session.
Yeah, those 3 bulk colours he potted with the cue ball on the bulk cushion into the centre pocket were fantastic.
Mark Allen on your screen, let's not forget that amazing moment, 147, which in itself was phenomenal, but it's, I hate to ruin it with a cliche, but only wins 1 frame. And it's Chris Wakelin that's dominating this match. It wriggles, but it's in. What a session. What 2 sessions from Chris Wakelin. He leads Mark Allen, who is many people's favourite or tip for this World Championship. He's in 12-4 and needs only 1 frame.
Mark Allen was incredible making that maximum break this morning, but he can't make many more mistakes. Because this man breaking off was sensational. Amazing how well he played, and I'm delighted to be joined by former world champion JP, John Parrott.
Yes, he's done remarkably well as Chris Wakelin. Won both of those sessions 6-2. And 2 frames this morning, there was 1 red on the table in the colours, and in both those important frames he made valuable clearances. Say just the last red in colours, but they had to be got. And of course, it could have been a 10-6 scoreline if he hadn't. So they were big clearances. I have to say, all credit to Mark Allen with that maximum. Dennis, when he was 10-2 behind, he went back to the studio, and he was actually on the practice table behind at 10-2 down. So there you go, came back out, made a maximum. So he got some reward for that effort.
He's a very proud snooker player from County Antrim. Frame 13 then. It's going to be lucky for one of these players, and it needs to be this gentleman, otherwise this year's World Championship's over. Very good cueing. Okay. 1 red and 1 black.
I think you may have just set the record for the earliest shout there, Dennis.
I wasn't really serious, John. Just ran out of position there. Screwing back off the cushion. It's covered everything. There's only one possible red. He can cut back into the left corner. And he's having a look at that now. He'd need the extension on his cue and the rest. So he's quickly wandered back around the table. Doesn't like that. May have a go at this because knowing Mark Allen, he'd give it his best shot here. Wonderful.
9.
Terrific long pot there. Hasn't dropped nicely on the green. Trying to get us tight in behind the green to block off the escape routes either side of the table. But hasn't quite managed that. He can get to the reds with trace aside on it. It's near the pink.
Well, no miss. Mark Allen 6. Okay, Desi, can you bring it up, please?
Need a little bit of help from the monitor here. Referee Tatiana Williston, the wife of Ben Williston, who has knocked out one of the favourites, Mark Selby, the 4 times champion.
Now a bit this way, Halfball.
Wonderful
Yeah,
referee.
That's it. That's it. And at the bottom of the back,
Yep.
there is one red. The second
It's
one
being
from you.
directed there by another top referee.
No, the one
Desi.
above it.
Yeah.
The one above that. Yeah, this one towards the group. A bit more. A bit more. Yeah. Yeah, that looks all right.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yes, very well done. It was a little awkward there. Chris will help out here. You're not allowed to touch the ball, but you can sort of just advise the referee.
Desi, it's okay. Yeah, thank you. Mark, thank
Yeah,
you.
so just a little bit dab more of side on this, just to widen the angle so he doesn't hit the pink again. And you can see he just bit into the cue ball there just to get that down.
Hasn't quite blocked off the path down the right side of the table. He shouldn't go anywhere near the yellow here if he gets a little trace aside on it. That's opened the reds up, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'd be quite happy to see that red on the left-hand side go fairly close to the cushion. 1 minute like that was going to be a bit of a gimme for Mark Allen, but it's not where it's finished there. He's having a look at it now, but that's a horrible shot.
Yeah, he's just having a little think about it. Should I have a go at this? I can get myself onto the black. But as John said, it's very awkward, and if he misses it, look at the reds. He's looked at a possible plant there, 2 reds, just 2 from the pink. There's 2 together there, but I don't think, well, maybe they are a plant. Those 2. Yeah.
One.
Absolutely perfect, yeah, which is why he played the controlled shot. Yeah, virtually unmissable there. And good cue ball.
Yeah, it was funny there, wasn't he? He was looking at the red near the pocket, and then all of a sudden he glances, sees two reds together. I'll have a little bit of that, thank you. Well, the chance is there to knock in a sizable break here.
4.
Yeah, well,
Fine.
really, Mark Allen can do is just play every individual shot, try as hard as he can on each one, and see where it takes him. Pretty sure there's plenty of matches in Mark's career when he's won the first 4 frames of a session, so that's the way he's got to be thinking.
10.
If he did do that, maybe put a little bit of pressure on. Absolute mountain to climb, of course, but
11.
just try your best.
Well, let's put it this way, he's got the temperament
18.
to stage a comeback, and certainly got the ability.
19. $26. 27.
Doesn't want to run in front of that red. It's not quite on top of it, but still slightly awkward with the queuing.
$34. $35.
Got the perfect angle on the blue. Doesn't have to go into the reds, but it's a nice angle if he wishes to. Just a delicate one. He doesn't want to go through the gap, and he's played it perfectly. Didn't need much space on that to open all those reds up.
40.
Wonderful chance now, Johns, to secure this opening frame.
Yeah, that's a typical Mark Allen shot. That is played with finesse. He does like to cherry pick the reds and manoeuvre them about without a great deal of pace. It's just a feature of Mark's break building, and that was a wonderful example.
$41. $46. It will go on in a second.
Just doing a bit of mathematical calculation there just to see what he needs to get over the line. What I would
47.
suggest is with those reds that are in the open, Dennis, just get rid of them and concentrate and try and keep Chris off the table. Keep him cold.
He'll be waiting for just
54.
one chance to Get that one frame that would get him into the quarter-final. Nicely played.
55.
Oh, he hasn't quite pushed it over the pocket, but I'm just looking. He made 47 centuries last season. He's made 47 centuries this season. Be very difficult to compile the century here, but the frame's safe. That's the main
60.
thing. Yeah, he's joint top with Judd Trump. Both made 5 centuries. This will be some shot. He's got the red near the left corner pocket, but don't know if this one behind the pink goes or not. If he gets, well, he's got it in the perfect spot.
66.
If it does, look at that. Just enough room.
That was some shot, wasn't it?
67.
Beautifully played. Don't know whether that red will drop in or it needs a cannon on it, but we'll soon find out. Yeah, maybe needing a little nudge. Oh, the wrong way.
This will be the plant of all plants. If you can
74.
knock this one up onto the other. Oh, he's going to come off. Whoa, trick shot off the cushion. Can he pot the one that's over the middle? What a roar he got if he pulls this shot off. Unlucky.
Oh. Chris Wakelin four.
Tried to help it into the pocket.
And different.
Well, he'll be feeling a little bit better. One chance, and he took the frame, but he's still a long way back. It's 12-5.
Anyway, Mark Allen, in the highly unlikely scenario, has taken his first step on a very long journey, if it's going to be successful. Doesn't want to hit the yellow here. Chance for Chris, I think, in the middle pocket. I think he can get past that yellow, can he? Looks like it.
Do you know, there's a possibility he could get on the black for the left corner pocket, because there's no point in just rolling it in. He can't get on a colour, and he's digging down deep, so let's see. He played a beautiful positional shot, but he forgot to pot the red there. Nothing wrong with that choice of shot. That was the only way he could get onto the black.
Red nearest the black is potable, but Can he screw out to get on a colour? Oh, he's played a beautiful little shot there, as long as it hasn't gone behind the red. I think he's okay. Looking at his body language, looks like he's on it.
Heard Steve Davis with Seema talking about the possibility. I mean, he's only got one red and one black, but look at the way the reds are situated here. He'll have that £147,000 at the back of his mind. Get that if he could make another maximum break.
Already happened in this year's championship, not here at the Crucible, but in the qualifiers. Welshman Jackson Page made
16.
2 147s in the one match. Absolutely ridiculous. And can Mark Allen, well, repeat the feat? Long, long way to go, but as Dennis said, he'd be thinking about it, even this early.
17. $24. 25.
It's gone very, very quiet this side of the arena. I think everyone knows that there is a slight possibility. Another piece of snooker history. The next shot will tell you what he's got on his mind.
32.
Yep, there you go.
33.
Could quite easily have rolled that in for the blue and then the other red, but he's got other thoughts.
Yeah, that's good. Played a shot there where he could have got the cannon on that red, but now it's slipped past. That's absolutely okay. Drop this in, back for the black, and of course that'll make the red that's above it available for the corner pocket.
Yeah, just a little bit of
41.
noise coming from the other side of the arena. They won't know what's happening here. But who'll ever forget the first one ever here that Cliff Thorburn made, John, and the thing that everybody remembers is big Bill Werbenick sticking his head round the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, great celebrations. And I tell you what, he'll be really happy with that shot. He's come absolutely perfect on this red.
You can do it, Mark. If anyone can, you can.
Thank you. 49.
That's okay.
Yeah, that's lovely. Perfect
56.
angle. And well, these are nice. Red on the
57.
extremity of the bunch is definitely available.
I think he's going to need a cannon though in a couple of shots' time, just looking at them. The one to the left, I'm not sure if it goes into the right corner. If it does, then he's okay. Just
64.
yet, without a cannon.
65.
Now that one on the left-hand side, which I don't think pots in the top left-hand corner. I think it might go in the middle. But as Dennis said, maybe a cannon as well. I think that red that you can see on the outside might go in the middle pocket if he doesn't want to play the cannon into the reds. And it goes as the cannon. Well, he's on that red after all.
Yeah.
72.
And he's brought a few more into play. The frame safe. Wow, I'm starting to perspire here in the commentary box, John. Just got to be careful. He has to push through them. He doesn't want to knock a red onto the
80.
side cushion here.
It was a clever little shot he played, though, wasn't it? Just to leave the cue ball low, just to flick the other red out. Oh, as you said, Dennis, it's just
81.
a bit too thick. He just wanted a tiny bit more on that cue ball. Now, he potted one harder than this morning.
And he might play to knock that one back out again, because if he goes round the back of it, he's got the two up by the blue.
Yeah, that last shot just made this a little bit harder now, didn't it? Tough shot in its own right, this one.
Oh, what a shame. What a shame. Wouldn't that have been something? But the most important thing. Well, that's great to see. Chris Wakelin acknowledging that. He's won the second frame. 12-6 now.
Good thing, actually, the re-rack there, because both players knew it was going to be going nowhere. No point in extending that frame any longer. So we go again.
Frame 19. Chris Wakelin to break.
Yeah, Mark Allen just tapping the table there. Pretty good break-off shot.
Thank you.
Got to be a little bit careful with this escape because of the red just to the right of the bunch. Yeah, he's left that potential red. Not easy because he's hampered.
Yeah, he's certainly tall enough to reach this. It's just a matter of whether he can get his bridge hand in there. That's the problem. Quite a bit of cue over that bridge just to reach the cue ball, so not guaranteed this. Tricky little shot. Played well.
1.
Yeah, the fact he had to play it with pace to give himself a chance to get on the blue made it much more difficult. He's looking at the black here, but I think the blue, possibly, maybe he's not taking the blue because he's going to cannon into the yellow. But if he takes the black on, what a shot that would be. Not too sure about this. This will be fabulous if he pulls it off, but very risky.
Well, that is some pot. It really is. That was absolutely horrible from there, and he's just dropped it straight in. Great pot.
Nine.
If anything, he got into that too well, but he's on the yellow. But yeah, that black was sensational. A bit like a few of the pots he pulled off in the previous session. Some incredible pots.
Don't know whether the red that's above the black on the left-hand side goes past the black, or whether there's anything else on that left-hand side of the pots. Maybe the one on the right goes through the gap. He's just having a look now. He played in that area, so something's going. Which one? I don't know. Well, that one you can see on the right definitely goes through the middle, but he's taking this one. It's a little tighter, but should still pot it.
Chris Wakelin, 11.
Well, when you think of the black he knocked in, and then that red that he's missed, he's definitely feeling the pressure out there, even though he's got a 6-frame advantage. Sometimes you just get a little bit anxious to get over the winning line.
One. Six. Seven.
Yeah, make no mistake, Mark Allen will be realising that Chris Wakelin is getting a bit anxious. We want to make the best of every opportunity. He doesn't want to make this easy for his opponent to get over the line. Why should he?
Yeah, just saying to the referee, you can leave the extended rest there. I'm going to need it again.
14.
This is the only easy available red. So imperative that he gets an angle on the black here to then cannon into them. That's the pot success rate in the 3 sessions. Going up by the frame.
15.
He might be a bit straight on this. You can't get any straighter than that, so you can only go forward in a straight line or back in a straight line. So no good going forward, otherwise the white would go after the black, so it's a screw back. And well, if he can bring something into play here, it would be a bit special.
Is he trying to screw back and just land on this red on the top of the apex? He was. He was just trying to flick that red out to leave the one in the corner. Goodness me, that was advanced.
22.
Just trying to flick the top red out.
Wakelin, 22.
Very positive safety shot there. Needs a good cue ball, which it's ended up being one. Mark was straight round looking at those two reds that are near the pink spot, whether they would have plant into the top left-hand pocket, but they're not. So just the safety and the angles.
Might be forced into taking this red on to the right of the blue because there's no easy safety shot at first glance. So he'll be trying to screw back and take the pot on at the same time. It was pretty close, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's quite a clever shot as well. He's played it, stunned the cue ball to the side cushion. Not much good to your opponent if you miss, but you'd have been on the blue if you'd have knocked it in. Has got a safety shot, Mark, if he wants one, but he may decide this is time to play this awkward red. Even though the bridging's not great and he's stretching. Doesn't like it. I mean, the red that's just below the black is a possibility to come off that back into Bork area, but he doesn't want to chip it over the left-hand pocket, which is why he's back to this shot.
He just can't get his hand comfortable. Where's these two reds going to go? One of them's gone safe, the other one is far from easy. But he might be able to reach over. Quite a tall lad, Chris, but that green seems to be in the way also.
He's going to take it though, is he? Well, he's not another plant, Dennis.
Oh, there's been plants all over the place so far in this session. And this is a plant where he can get the white back up towards the safety end of the table. He'll go close to making this. Oh, that's a useful one.
One.
To hit the jaw of the middle pocket and finish on the blue. He'll take that all day long.
Yeah, and twice on a Sunday. Goodness me, that was a bump and a half. It was looking like if it hit that side cushion, he might have been on nothing the way it was going. So this is a, well, not a brilliant chance, but one that Chris would be looking forward to if he can just negotiate this pink. Good solid pot, that.
Yeah, he's obviously comfortable with the rest, the way he played that.
7.
The chances there now with that one shot.
8.
I think he was trying to stay on the black in such a way that he could play for the red at the back of the little cluster there at the pink spot area, but he can't do that, so he's going to have to play the pink to get there. Well, this is it's okay. It's a delicate little one.
14.
As long as he gets the correct side of the blue, and he has, he's okay. It's just a little awkward at the moment with the pink and black being as they are.
Yeah, I think blue's not quite on its spot either, so it's not ideal there. So he's got a shot on the brown, round the angles and play for the bottom red of that cluster.
He hasn't quite hit it hard enough. So there's still that little bit of tension in the right arm, which is understandable. It's a frame that would get him through to the quarterfinals. So does the one on the pink spot or nearest the pink spot go? That will help. Yes, it does. Beautifully
20.
played.
Nice strike that, wasn't it? Very good. Unfortunately, he's gone a little bit too far. He might be back to a similar shot, if not the same one. We do know that bottom red pots. Now, the cluster, will the top go into the top right-hand pocket? Looks like it will do. So he's got options.
Needs to pull up. Needs to pull up.
24.
Might be one into the middle pocket, not the one he played for, but got to be quite delicate with the positional stroke here, though.
Yeah, you overscrew this one, you don't end up on the pink or black. So he's got to pop this and screw back and try and keep position on the pink.
25.
Which is why he's just slightly undercooked it for that reason.
I'm just looking, John, if he drops this pink in, it's going back on its own spot, and the natural angle, he'd be snookered. If he just rolls it in, look where the pink spot is. It's right in the way of that loose red. He'll be well aware of that.
I tell you what, there's a little shot here, Dennis. You can play this and play a little cannon on the black, and you'll keep the red in the middle pocket if you wanted. Although he looks like he's putting a load aside on to go the other way. It was a great try, but it needed 100 weight aside to get the other side of that.
31.
Does this red go up past the green? No, he's going to take it into the middle. This is far from easy. These are the type of shots that he was pulling off in the second session. That was much more difficult than it looked.
Yeah, what I like about it is there's no messing about, is there, Dennis? He's not contemplating it too much. He's getting down and thinks, right, that's the shot. I'm just playing it. There's no great deliberation on it.
just overscrewed this slightly.
36.
25 in front. No easy path to the winning line now. Well, there wasn't with the way the reds were anyway.
Wakelin, 36.
That's pretty useful. He's got himself a 25-point advantage.
And he can see the red to that side, but there's no real path back in case he gets a double kiss. The red that's next to the black is slightly obscured by the green. That was a pretty good shot in the way it turned out. Well, he can't get past it, but got to hit it fairly thick here. And what it does onto the black, it might move a red. Good shot. Very good shot. Not only is this a horrible shot to get right, you know you're going to clip the red, and where will that finish? Yeah, it's not bad. He was in a lot of trouble there. Good reply.
Another excellent shot from Mark Allen. Now, he might just be able to get past the yellow to clip the red that's near the black spot. I'm not sure. I don't think he can, though.
No, I think he's in trouble, Dennis. I'm down the line, and he's definitely in trouble. He'll do very well to get out of this and not stick something up. That was an excellent shot from Mark Allen. Now he's looking to see if he can come off the side cushion and get a thin clip off the reds and get back to the balk area. This will be some shot.
Oh, he's played it, you know. What an effort, but he may have left a pass through. No, what a shot he's just played there. You don't see many better shots than that. To swerve around the yellow, hit the cushion, clip the red, as John suggested. Played to perfection.
Yep, if the boys are watching in the truck, put that one in the shots of the championship. That was a corker.
Needs to pull up that red. It looks as if it's cuttable. It's a thin one. He's coming around to have a look at the angle, but where's the cue ball? It looks, if it pulls up, now he's got the pink though. Worth another look at this, and he's finished nicely on the pink. He's gradually creeping towards the winning post, but the two reds are not well placed. It's amazing, isn't it?
Chris
When
Wakelin 1.
you get a little glimpse of that winning post, and it's amazing what can be missed. He never looked like missing this type of chance. The rest of the match, oh, what's happening? He holds his hand up there and apologizes because he's left everything safe, but he had to force it in, but didn't cue that very smoothly. He's not contemplating a plant here, is he? He is.
Wow. I mean, this is definitely the hardest one of the ones he's tried, because it's, well, into a blind pocket, and if you're not accurate in these jaws, they won't go in. I tell you what, some shot to take on if he's playing it.
Foul. In a miss.
Quite
Mark
rightly,
Allen
in my view, he didn't, but just trying to play the skinny one and missed it completely.
Yeah, it's more awkward where it was before. He's got 3 choices. He can have it replaced, he can play it from where it is, or he can play it himself. That's the 3 choices.
I think this will be going back. I think he's just having a look around there. I think this is definitely going back.
Yes, can we please check how foul the cushion is?
No, keep going, keep going. Yeah, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Mark? Thank you.
He's back looking at the plant again. He doesn't have to play the same shot again when it's replaced, but and if he takes the plant on, it can win him the match. Or no, is he back just for the safety shot again? That's much better than risking that plant. Not very often you see that side cushion, the safety zone, John, but it is at the moment.
Yeah, that red that went up the table that Mark missed it's gone in a really awkward spot because the green's right in front of it. So, and they play across this side of the table. Obviously, nobody can see that red, so they're going to keep playing the 2 reds on the left-hand side cushion.
There's this white ball. It needs to pull up. It needs to pull up. Oh dear. Wow, he looks round to the crowd. Oh.
No, it didn't go in. I think he might have got a partial snooker, if not a full one. I think that pink is covering the 2 reds. Obviously you can't see the one. He's probably angled for the one in the balk area anyway. Might just have to be side cushion and just touch the reds off the side cushion.
The advantage is now with Mark Allen in this little safety exchange.
You'd need some touch to just play this softly and nestle in behind the black and snook him on everything. I mean, I don't think he's playing that, but you would need some touch to do that. He's tried it. Well, he could do it.
There's a little bit of nudging going on now. Well, he's looking at the possibility of taking the red on. He's very close to it, but it doesn't go past the green. But if he could play it in such a way that he could screw the white back behind the black again.
Got to be careful with this delivery of the cue that there's no push shot involved when they're so close. To be very careful with this.
Has he covered that red to the left of the blue? This is the second longest frame of the match. It's a frame that will get Chris Wakelin into the quarter-final. It's a frame that will keep Mark Allen's hopes alive.
One really good telling safety shot. Or a pot in the corner, and that's what it is.
One.
Great pot. Didn't know whether he's going to play the thin clip, but he could see the pot, and then it went. Not the best result though, Dennis, is it?
No, he's got to get the white back over to where it is now, and he will have Mark in a spot of bother.
Chris Wakelin won.
And that's pretty good. Awkward now for Mark Allen here. There wasn't very much available there.
Quite know what he's sorted out here, but it's not. He's not tapping the balls. So that's how he was getting distance. His heart was in his mouth as the cue ball was going towards the corner.
Under the circumstances, that's a wonderful pot. Lots of tension out there in this Well, every frame's important, but it's the one that will get Chris Wakelin over the line if he can win it.
Yeah, it needs a bit of thinking about this. There's no great advantage at the moment. Trying to find somewhere where you can just play a talent safety. So he's tried to use the black to line up. That's all he could come up with. That's how awkward it was. I don't think he's got him.
Got to be careful he doesn't send the red onto the green here. Otherwise you'd be able to send that red off 2 cushions and back up behind the black spot. You can see enough of the red. But the green is definitely in the way if he's going to send that red back up the table. Bit pacey. What a huge shot this is for Mark Allen. This shot to give himself a glimmer of hope in this year's World Championship. Wonderful pot. What they say at this game of snooker, you need a bit of bottle. This man's got a lot of bottle.
Yeah, only foreseeable problem. Yellow to green. Brown is pretty close to that green, so he's got to make sure that when he pots this, he comes up the table far enough.
6.
So because of that, played round the angles to guarantee a shot on the green.
Yep.
He's certainly going to make Chris Wakelin earn his place in the quarter-final. There's Mark Allen. Boy, is he competing.
Oh, has he missed it? He knew straight away.
Mark Allen, 11.
And he'd missed it. What happened there? He got up off the shot immediately. He knew he'd missed it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a flick, wasn't it? And the only good news is this is not a gimme. It's finished near the cushion. Yes, he can pot it, but it isn't absolutely straightforward.
Oh, and it's coming back up the table. He only needs the blue. So was that Mark Allen's last shot? That easy brown. And I'll tell you what, although he's 12-6 in the lead, he'd be mighty relieved because Mark Allen come out here this evening and had a go at a couple of maximum breaks, won the 2 opening frames. But it has to be said, Chris Wakelin, he will be over the moon, congratulated by Mark Allen, who'll be wishing him all the best in the rest of this year's World Championship, the gentleman that he is. It was a good effort this evening, but Chris Wakelin played an outstanding match and he goes through to the quarter-final, winning 13 frames to 6. Well played, Chris Wakelin.